Wherever he turned, this blonde from his youth again and again dreamed of a world completely unlike his own. It had no Japan, but knowledge he had never had before settled in his mind. His days consisted of books, television, and the internet. The same game, Resistance Noah, started anew and again pulled him into a world built down to the smallest detail. In it, the story, according to the author, tells how the protagonist Alex commanded the revolutionary army to defeat the demon lord in a traditional conquest setting. Frequent defeats made the game ruthlessly difficult, but he stubbornly did not stop. Step by step, with all his might, he moved forward through its cold, relentless challenges. The prologue began with the revolutionary army pronouncing judgment on the demon lord, a chain of actions that breathed threat and was immediately recognized. Alexandra Roddenite became the central heroine. She stepped forward with a sword and, giving the order, led her forces into battle. From his place, the man watched calmly, already accustomed to any action after countless attempts. Outside her, soldiers advanced in disciplined formation while she led the attack in the world of resistance. When Alexandra Roddenite faced the Devil Lord in a spacious hall, the man realized. The scene reflected a nightmare that returned each time and was forever etched in his memory. The encounter unfolded exactly as he remembered. Alex challenged the demon lord in the spacious hall of the game world. A sudden revelation struck Menes when he compared this scene with recurring dreams. He felt that this was no longer a fiction. Not having managed to fully gather together what he had seen, Alex rushed forward, addressed him as the Demon Emperor, and immediately began the decisive battle. From the upper stairs, the title of the final boss was proclaimed, and the name Noah Many was announced firmly, indisputably, like a strike in the silence. As soon as he heard it aloud, an incredible understanding blossomed inside him. The name of the demonic emperor was his own. Alex rushed forward and declared that Menes had become the final boss of this world, and with all her might, she brought her blade down on him. Having survived this attack many times, Men calmly delivered the verdict at speed and prepared for a counterattack. Sitting on his throne, he raised only one finger and effortlessly stopped the sword that was already flying down. Finally standing up, he reminded her of the colossal chasm between them as the Demon Emperor. The precise timing and her strike was deflected. She barely touched and she was already pushed away. He repelled her, reading every move in advance even before it began. After she was pushed back, Alex was caught by soldiers. In a crowd like a whirlwind, they rushed to her while she, stumbling and gasping, tried to get up again. Calmly observing, Menes concluded. Surrendering would mean protecting her from new injuries, but she still did not retreat. Stubbornness only emphasized the traits of a typical protagonist, and he considered it, despite everything, troublesome. Extracting details from his dreams, the guys noted. Alex remained at a low level with novice skills and corresponding equipment. Although he was called the final boss of this world, he felt detached from the conflict and instead focused on one thing, understanding what was happening to him. When Menes stood before them, he revealed himself as the final boss of Reses. Noah a deadly game, and winning it meant reaching the end. Alex immediately understood. Right now he did not have the strength to overcome the boundless chasm between them. The revolutionary army was shattered across the battlefield. So after the decisive defeat, Alex remained the sole survivor. Without finishing them off, Menes decided to activate the creation skill and intended to drive them away. Dark energy spread from his shadow as he advanced, preparing to execute his plan. The threat ordered the army to surrender and get out, but the armored soldiers lined up along the corridor, refusing to heed its warning. In the very heart of it all, Alex stood firm and declared her determination to put an end to his rule no retreat, not intending to back down. Mages gathered behind her and fired coordinated spells, sending waves of fire straight at the throne. Behind the water, magic a lightning wave. It flooded the hall with continuous strikes aimed directly at the throne. Despite the obvious difference in power, they resolutely moved forward, forcing the threat to acknowledge their intent to kill him. The threat suddenly felt a strange heaviness in its chest as it pondered its own role. Its victory was designed as the only correct way to end the game. During his reign, the Noah Empire had to fend off endless attacks from neighboring states day after day. But despite everything, he saw how people suffered and was forced to rethink the meaning of his position. With his special ability of creation, he tamed the hostile forces that threatened and gathered the lands together under his own rule. Everything he did had only one purpose: to protect the empire, even those territories that once belonged to Alex's homeland. Seeking to protect the empire, Many saw how the avalanche of enemies grew and felt that a rebellion was unfolding within his own ranks. Key officials from the internal ministries secretly joined the revolutionary army, and they undermined his power from within. The soldiers opened the way for Alex and her allies, not just escorted them, but simply, shoulder to shoulder with the Prime Minister himself, led them straight to the palace. The realization struck like a threat, and he immediately understood. The betrayal inside the Empire had long prepared the ground for what was now happening. In that original game, it was this treachery that drove the demonic emperor to despair and fierce hostility toward humanity. Memories of betrayal flared up with new strength when the men he recognized in his own visions recalled how they died at the hands of those he tried to protect. Meanwhile, Alex gathered the remnants of forces and pushed them further into the attack without hesitation, without pause. Although their joint assault caused him almost imperceptible damage, men felt the emotional pressure but was still convinced. Victory was his. Alex again walked forward firmly, and without hesitation he understood that if events followed the same pattern, she would never stop challenging him. In this scenario, the fight would continue again and again, until she herself struck him down with her own hands. A faint smile slid across Menez's face as he accepted as a given. The final boss was doomed to fall before the protagonist. But immediately another thought flashed. Could Alex's murder right now tear him from his predetermined fate? Alex, sensing the threat, froze. His gaze sharpened sharply and determination flared instantly. He measured and calculated everything in advance. Removing her and the army would be quite easy considering their current weakness. And if he struck first, the logic was simple. The cycle could be broken, and then he would survive, not dooming everything to repeat again. Mina, heavy with herself, could not shake the thought. Killing the protagonist would not be the end, because another hero would appear instead. He realized this immediately. The final boss was the very existence that humanity hated, and which was doomed to be hunted under any circumstances. Standing face to face with his own thoughts, he wondered what remains for one who is doomed to play such a role. If the conflict dragged on further, nothing could be preserved and no one would find peace, not even himself. Accepting this outcome, Menez concluded. Perhaps it was better for the demon emperor simply to reach the end. Menez thought his defeat could bring a peaceful end to all, so a quiet determination settled in his chest. Without warning, he activated shadow magic and covered the battlefield with thick fog. The smoke quickly dispersed, confusing the soldiers and breaking their coordinated assault. Behind Mina's cover, he retreated from the center of the clash, conserving his strength. Yet Alex pursued him through the haze and hit the target directly, forcing a renewed confrontation with her advance. Alex's blade struck Mina during their collision. The blow landed cleanly before he could pull back. Blood splattered as he twitched and realized his plan had led him straight to this deadly moment. Suddenly, strength left his body. He fell flat, and Alex froze in a shocked gaze at the fallen demon emperor. Silence spread through the corridor as the soldiers watched her lower the sword, unsure if the fight was truly over. In a moment, the army declared victory, claiming the threat was destroyed by Alexandra Roddenite. The soldiers celebrated with a roar. It seemed the demon emperor had finally fallen, and their world was saved at last. In the dim smoke, Menez revealed. The body of the created monster had replaced him at the moment of the decisive strike. He applied transparency and distraction, secretly watched the joyful army without revealing himself, yet remained cautious because of Alex's response. Removing the mask, he recognized in their eyes. The demon Emperor Menace was already dead. Turning away from the throne, he decided to live simply, like ordinary people, no longer to be the hated final boss. After the battle behind Menace, he left the palace together with his winged demonic companion. He officially renounced the position of final boss and stepped into a world free from this title. Avoiding unnecessary attention, Menace decided to change his refined clothes for simpler ones suitable for ordinary life. In the local shop, he chose a new outfit and casually paid the required amount without any hesitation. After several fittings, he scrutinized his appearance and prepared to start life no longer as the demon emperor. In the shop, everyone admiringly looked at Menace, and he calmly decided this clothing would suit him for his new life. Broken dreams still stirred in his mind, and suddenly he realized he did not understand the true value of the local currency. To pay for the purchase, the men without any hesitation unloaded a heavy pouch of coins onto the table. Seeing the worry on the shopkeeper's face, he waved it off carelessly and offered more, not even suspecting that this was already too much. And only then did he learn the truth. One large gold coin can buy a pile of clothes. The man asked for all the clothing and every lining he could find in the shop. He confidently poked, pointed to what he needed, and paid immediately while the shopkeeper was busy and couldn't prepare the change. Turning on shadow technology, he hid the large bundles in the darkness under his own feet, and they instantly disappeared from view. The frightened clerk kept questioning him, but he did not raise his voice. The shadow serves him as a private storage. Satisfied with the deal, the man adjusted his new cloak and left the shop with quiet pride. Entering the bustling imperial center, he surveyed the noisy streets and the towering castle. Menes made his way through the noisy streets, where the townspeople celebrated the success of the uprising, and did not even suspect that the man they praised was quietly standing among them. Posters about the death of the demon lord were proudly displayed, and he only watched as his supposed demise turned into joy and did not object. Looking up at the open sky, Mena vowed to embrace freedom as soon as he renounced the role of the last boss. Driven by curiosity, he approached a food kiosk and confidently ordered a strawberry crepe from the surprised seller. Tasting the unfamiliar dish for the first time, he felt, this quiet moment is the true beginning of his new life. After trying the pancake, the man urgently calls the chef and shocks the seller with his stormy reaction. Enchanted by the taste, he begins to praise the cuisine and boldly declares that he will buy another 100. Satisfied with his own decision, Minas feels as if this is his second great trophy of the day, and this makes him even calmer. Sharing the treat with his wolf partner, he calmly brushes off the strange disappearance of food in the shadow storage. Ignoring the seller's confusion and the crowd's concern, Menens generously pays for additional pancakes and enjoys his carefree freedom. The men wandering near the bustling stall learned the main thing. The hero returned to the capital, and the crowd, like a conspiracy, roared across the space, greeting him. When the streets exploded with joyful shouts, he finally realized his premature death had reshaped the course of events, so the revolutionary army was lucky to survive. The citizens praised the army and especially Alexandra, attributing to her the end of the demon lord's rule. Standing on the decorated carriage, Alexandra gracefully waved her hand. Her confident smile gently enchanted the people below. Quietly, from behind the crowd, Menes gazed at her face and tried to understand why this time her victory felt different than in his memories. When Alexandra waved to the crowd that was shouting and applauding, Menes noticed a barely noticeable sadness hidden behind her composed smile. Turning away, he tried to dispel that feeling, but as soon as something unusual moved nearby, his attention sharply intensified. Near the clock tower, he noticed a figure who had crouched down and saw the assassin preparing to strike. Considering the political consequences, Menes concluded Alexandra was most likely the real target of the attack. While the celebration continued, and Alexandra suspected nothing, the men were carefully kept in the crosshairs. They were on alert even before the threat was revealed. Sensing the inevitable threat, he realized no one else noticed the killer from the tower who was aiming to press the trigger any moment now. Springing into action, he recognized the radiant magical circle sniper magic of long-range damage and aimed directly at Alexandra. Misjudgment of the threat, he firmly understood. The powers she currently had would not be enough to survive such a precise strike. Before the spell could hit, Minas intervened. He pushed her away and placed himself between her and the projectile. Above their heads, unleashed magic struck moment by moment at his intervention. The shot was cut off, and the crowd froze, watching in awe. Near the parade, a fierce explosion burst out, but the men stood motionless while the blast scattered, as if it was extinguishing the impact against his defense. Lowering his hood slightly, he absorbed the remaining magic with one hand so that the strike itself caused no harm. Assessing the weak power behind the spell, he concluded the killer lacked true mastery. Irritated, Menes looked at the attacker as a minor obstacle, one that could disrupt the peaceful outcome he had arranged. Calmly confirming his choice, he decided to protect Alexandra. He had already entrusted the future of the empire to her leadership. Menes covered his face and laughed quietly, but the laughter immediately broke into a tremble of rage. Someone tried to overturn his decision by striking Alexandra. Adjusting his hood, he said that the invisible attacker was already finished. His gaze grew cold and became cold-blooded and merciless. A sharp pressure surge rolled through the surroundings, frightening the crowd and momentarily unbalancing Alexandra as his power briefly spilled out. Realizing the commotion he had caused, the man stepped onto a cart and noted that he had attracted too much attention. Suppressing his emotions, He pulled himself together and confirmed a firm desire to live freely without destroying everything that crossed his path. While tension hung over the parade, the wolf menace burst from his place with a mighty roar and summoned a winged creature into the sky. The beast rushed toward the clock tower. His cry and the roaring wind swept away the shadow of the hidden assassin. After a sharp blow, the attacker staggered, fell to the ground, and immediately lost any threat. When the danger was averted, the man adjusted his hood and was already about to disappear unnoticed to avoid attracting new suspicions. He hadn't taken a step when Alexandra lunged forward and collided with him closely, demanding to name the person of her mysterious savior M. Menace notices Alexandra's startled facial expression and immediately reads, "She is nothing like the version he remembers from the game." In Hisher assessment, Hesh sees, "The future ruler radiates neither experience nor strength. The calm expected from her is absent, and this makes her unreliable. Her low, fragile level of thinking and lack of reliable allies leave her open to immediate assassination." A memory hints to him. In the original story, she survives and ascends to the throne of the No Empire. The guard rushes forward to protect her, but Mena already understands without intervention her fate will not lead to the intended outcome. Menace eats Alexandra and quietly wishes her luck, calling her the true heroine of this story. Confusion immediately fills her eyes. She tries with all her might to understand why he suddenly supported her and behaves so strangely. He understands one thing. No matter how weak or inexperienced she is destined to become emperor. In contrast to him, she is kind, just, and loved by the people, the embodiment of everything he cannot be. Having accepted the role of villain, Menas admits, he can only rule by fear and is unable to protect the empire as its ruler. Mina releases Alexandra's shoulder and turns away, entrusting the future of the empire to her, while a dark fog gathers around him. Soldiers swiftly surround the carriage, raising weapons and blocking all escape routes, not allowing him to leave. Unfazed, he steps forward and unleashes an overwhelming pressure, forcing the guards to involuntarily lower themselves under the weight of his presence. With one motion, he releases magic. It strikes the ground, scattering the soldiers and breaking their formation. Having cleared his path, he quietly says goodbye to the people and disappears, leaving a complete mess on the steep, turbulent streets. High above the city of Menas rises a winged wolf, and the soldiers below remain prowling the streets, as if in endless search. As soon as the landing is complete, he confirms, Alexandra must be protected from the nearest threats. Before leaving, he secretly places the mighty Shadow Knight into her shadow, so that he stands guard against future danger. Outside the walls of the capital, he raises his gaze to the empire and feels after him there are no regrets left. Although Menu had to leave his homeland, when he turns away from the city, a heavy burden suddenly falls from his shoulders. Minas flies above the clouds, and for the first time since he left his former role, feels true freedom. Among distant mountains and forests, he urges his winged companion forward, leaving the capital far behind. Not knowing what will come next, Minas decides to perceive this world as a game and to destroy everything that tries to fall upon him. With new determination, Minas starts with a clean slate, ready to challenge fate on his own terms. Above the forest glade, a threat descends calmly and controlled. Wings spread, and he surveys the land below. After landing, the fair-haired former emperor with blonde hair gently praises his faithful beast companion, acknowledges the effort. And it seems as if he himself flies through the sky with him, invisible. Later, he reaches the magical cannibal forest on the northern outskirts of Novemperia, a place full of dangerous creatures and hidden threats lurking at every step. Seeking a peaceful existence, Menencia stubbornly declares his intention. He wants a slow life away from power and endless conflict. But memories of power, stretching back to childhood, repeatedly bring him the same thought vigilance without rest. Mina happily tends the land in front of her little hut, quietly dreaming of a life without politics and imperial burden, warm, quiet, without unnecessary quarrels. Since few people enter the dangerous forest, he believes he can quietly build a second life there and begins to plan how to set up a proper base. Soon he activates powerful black magic, and a huge circle of gravitational spell unfolds on the ground. Under its pressure, the surrounding earth compresses, then levels out as if instantly reshaped by a super-powerful force. When the spell fades, a flat foundation remains, proving even the desire for peace. Menes pulls out a thick grimoire. It contains information about every monster he has ever defeated or created. With the spell, he molds a mimic house from magic, until the structure materializes right before his eyes. The strange dwelling hardens a living house capable of swallowing invaders, yet obedient to its creator. Entering inside, he examines the interior and considers how comfortable it will be for daily life. Understands that the space is too small for comfort, so Menes decides to strengthen Mimic House so that it better suits his calm second life. Mina reviews the principles of demonic creation and recalls. This skill allows not only summoning demons, but also merging them into stronger forms. Planning to improve his dwelling, he initiates synthesis, combining two imitation buildings with precise magical control. Dark energy gathers together and spirals outward, engulfing the small structure until the fusion reshapes its body. From the compressed shadows emerges a gigantic figure looming over the clearing, while he remains completely calm, simply observing. But as soon as the magic settles, the imitator estate appears completed. Spacious, obedient, flawlessly assembled. The threat animates the demonic creature with magical tea ingredients, summoning special leaves and sweet spores from beings stirred by the spell. Having gathered the necessary materials, he carefully brews the tea himself, combining the ingredients with practical precision. Later he relaxes inside the estate, the exquisite interior, and he comfortably settles by the fireplace next to his faithful companion Scent. He savors the warm drink and recalls how to finally reach that quiet, easy life he once wanted. While silence stretches into infinity, the futile quiet replaces former burdens, leaving him alone with nothing, only peace and his own thoughts. Realizing that peaceful silence has finally come, Mina sinks in the chair. But he understands, this quiet estate brings much less joy than he had imagined. He does not need any obligations, he still does not know how to relax. He does not know where to put his time, because he is used to continuous ambitions and conflicts. But as soon as he tries to distract himself, he quickly cuts off the unnecessary, not letting his thoughts scatter. Eventually, the silence becomes unbearable, and boredom replaces the excitement that he once considered a promise of a calm, slow life. Finally, having evened out his breath, Menes comes to the conclusion. He will not endure such emptiness and decides to move forward to where the path is more interesting. On the very first day of his slow life, the man leaves the estate and immediately realizes that calm no longer suits him. He sets off to the neighboring town and submits registration papers to the Adventurers Guild under a new identity. While the receptionist reviews the documents, he calmly waits for his red end confidant in the forged profile. He declares, a demon user 20 years old, and immediately shows what he wants: fights and distant travels. Despite her doubts, Mina does not stop. He stays motivated and chooses adventures instead of boredom. Mina insists that his documents are genuine and demonstrates a demon partner as proof of his supposed occupation. The receptionist involuntarily gets distracted by the fluffy creature, admires its safe appearance, and leaves the danger unnoticed. She regains composure, exhales, and explains. The documents themselves are quite acceptable, but she does not like the profession of demons that the user chooses. Adjusting her glasses, she bluntly cuts in. This role among adventurers has gained a very bad reputation. She clarifies once more low-level demons are considered weak and a burden, so silently the sense of threat shatters his mood. When the receptionist mentions the disgraceful demon Lord Menace, he awkwardly agrees and, feigning admiration, shows respect to this fearsome figure. She explains, demon users are mostly distrusted because they remind people of that infamous ruler, about whom such foolish rumors circulate. Lightly laughing, she predicts little future for this profession, yet still registers him as a G-rank apprentice. Then additional advice pours in. They urge him to join a novice, friendly group for safety and proper mentorship. Having reviewed the proposed trio, Men immediately rejects them, deciding they have nothing useful for him. After scanning the guild hall, Men sends away most adventurers and relentlessly sets out to find the one with a rare ability. A whisper about a group heading to the cannibal forest caught his attention, so he began to watch more closely. And suddenly he noticed a well-known elven adventurer, and frankly ricocheted from shock at her unexpected appearance. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Men!" breaking the silence and forcefully drawing the nearby people's gazes to her. Excitement overwhelms him as he confidently confirms her identity. Only one thought in his head: meeting her will make this new life much more interesting. Her quiet behavior makes him look back and remember the beginning of the story, while noting in parallel how much Mina resembles that early version. Looking at her gear and facial expression, he confirms, this is Michael and Pinkheart, one of the central figures of Regis. NOAA. Considering her adaptive abilities and future power, he sees potential, even though she is still inexperienced. A wave of excitement surged in his chest. The mere thought of seeing her take off with his own eyes pushes him forward. Without any hesitation, Mina announces, he will join her adventure confident that this is a chance fate has prepared especially. Mina disdainfully and casually calls her by a playful nickname. The elf gets confused and irritated by this, while adventurers stand nearby and watch closely. Embarrassed and shy, she sharply protests against the strange familiarity, unable to hide the growing excitement with every second. Despite her resistance, Menace breaks her down into traits and recalls hidden qualities that others simply do not notice. The receptionist instantly intervenes, defending Mikron's status as a capable C-rank veteran among travelers. As soon as he sensed her level, he realized the threat is becoming increasingly meaningful and worse. In such an early zone, the power turned out to be extraordinarily high. Makoran firmly states that she must become stronger and refuses to waste time leading inexperienced adventurers. Before she could continue, the men just as sharply cut off her voice, cutting off words as if they really should not be there. She gets confused about everything, and the receptionist asks again, exactly how did he call her a minute ago? Threateningly but with cold composure, Menace insists that he used her real name and firmly corrects all misunderstandings. Referring to the guild register, he names her real name, and Makoran is embarrassed and begins to reconsider his decision. Exhausted by his stubbornness, Mikoran suddenly agrees to form a party together with Menace, and this shocks everyone in the guild hall. The message spreads instantly, and it becomes a real signal for the start of his first day as a traveler. Outside the city, she clarifies that he is only her apprentice, not an official partner. She accepts the condition without any complaint, and immediately after her comes a threat into the man-eating forest. Inside, she stops and demands, explain where you got her real name from. He is cornered by her demand, and the threat hangs between them, and he understands that any incredible excuse will only strengthen her suspicion. Forced to continue, he agrees. Sometimes it is safer to let out at least part of the truth than to keep dragging vague answers. Calmly, he pronounces her full name, and by this reveals knowledge that instantly throws her off balance. He continues, explaining her royal origin and the dispute because of which she left home. Finally, he names exact personal details and abilities, and Makoran is speechless with shock at how perfectly he understands her. The threat does not retreat. She lists her private preferences and hidden dreams. She speaks so casually that her composure begins to crumble, and he freezes, confused, while her anxiety grows and finally starts pushing thoughts into a dead end. How much does he really know? Embarrassed, Makoran demands explanations. Where does he have such intimate details about her body and abilities? When he says that this information is from a guidebook, she immediately understands. Even confidential one way or another was also noted somewhere. She mistakenly takes his awareness as an intention to simply send her home and clearly states, she is not going back. She asks what he really wants. The man answers calmly, he is only looking for something to enjoy after his future retirement. He clarifies, these adventures are just a hobby, not some great ambition tied to a particular kingdom. Barely smiling, he adds that for now he wants to train under Makoran. Respectfully calling her senior, he asks for advice quietly but confidently, without any doubt in his voice. Embarrassed, yet still determined, Makoran agrees to continue training and solemnly vows to reveal his true identity. Makoran, though reluctantly, still takes him as a student, promising to take care of him, and meanwhile his confidence clearly irritates. While she doubts his mind, Mina remains calm, simply watching the forest with quiet, curious attention. She explains, their goal is to gather medicinal herbs, not to arrange unnecessary skirmishes. He alone plunged into a conversation about reckless fighting and immediately received a reprimand. One must conserve strength and resources. Comparing his idea to the foolish habit of a reckless hero, she firmly emphasizes, careless fights waste both time and strength. While Mina was gathering herbs, she casually asked about leveling up, and Mikoran froze in complete confusion at this strange term. She explains, strength appears when you defeat monsters and grows stronger through constant training, and says with surprise that he does not know this. After that, he thinks again. The more he thinks, the more he wants to understand how exactly shared experience works and how, in general, non-combat roles can gain progress. Speaking aloud, he compares everything to a game system and concludes, continuous skirmishes give a more effective result. Makoran sharply rejects such recklessness and orders him to avoid unnecessary fights in the forest. Boldly, Menes introduces his little demon companion and insists, this creature is actually much more capable than it seems. Corin dismisses the usefulness of the acquaintance and urges him to get ready as they approach the place where the herb grows. While they were walking, he casually recalled, that healing plant only grows in bright areas of magical forests. She confidently points forward, insisting that the herbs are somewhere nearby and easy to recognize. Only a little time past both freeze in shock, when something unexpected appears in the clearing before them. In the forest clearing, a marvelous structure suddenly emerges, and both travelers fix their gazes on the unfamiliar building growing right before them. A closer look revealed a strange mansion. It definitely wasn't there yesterday. So suspicions only grew stronger, and the confusion increased even more. As soon as the young man recognizes it, everything suddenly falls into place. It is a fake shape-shifting house. Near the mountains, a distant estate is visible. Its silhouette is distorted as the heavy presence spreads across the entire land. Minas and his companions freeze. They feel that their location was revealed much earlier than they themselves expected. He carelessly steps onto the sacred grass and immediately regrets it. Why build a residence next to a monster stuffed with dead? Dense mana thickens around them, pressing heavily on their bodies and disrupting their breathing. At that moment, Mina suddenly realizes the mansion itself emits colossal magical energy. The excess mana feels unnatural, and they involuntarily suspect that a powerful demon has settled in the forest. Calmly, Menes recalls how he released incredible volumes of magic while resting at his estate, and holds nothing back. Realizing this, his companion involuntarily jumps to the thought, one of the 7 demonic lords may be nearby. The shadows of the 7 demon lords emerge, beings capable of creating such terrible phenomena. Menes reacts clumsily when the group concludes, any of the lords has the power to effortlessly erase an entire nation from the face of the earth. The atmosphere thickens, and confusion grows among them. They try to figure out how the ranking of the 7 high demons is composed, and whether there is any classification above it. Uncertainty adds fuel to the fire. The ranking system itself seems inconsistent, and none provide answers, only fog and suspicion. Turning their gaze toward the distant city of Arsh, they realize, if a demon lord is truly present there, the city is immediately under direct threat. The silence becomes unbearable until a thought flashes in their mind. The 7 demon lords may seek revenge after rumors of Menes's death. Suspicion spreads like wildfire, and they conclude, if their fears prove true, all people could suffer. Menes admits without evasion. The mansion from which the commotion arose belongs to him, and it was his carelessness that sparked the serious misunderstanding. His companion immediately cancels training and abruptly insists that the incident be reported to the guild at once. But before they can move, a giant tree-like monster rises before them, blocking the road with its oppressive presence. Shock grows as they recognize the creature. It does not belong outside its habitat. The crisis deepens further. The monster suddenly lunges into attack, and Menes breaks free from the spot while his partner frantically shouts an alarm signal. The threat quickly pulls his companion out from under the strike of the charged tree monster, and debris flies from its furious rage. Observing the distorted behavior, he concludes, the creature has lost control and no longer acts as usual. He recalls that spores of sugar mush can cause psychological disorders, especially when monsters are affected. Such afflicted creatures become rabid, and without restraining themselves for a moment, begin attacking all nearby people. Taking responsibility into his own hands, Menes realizes there is no other choice and prepares to personally destroy the rabid monster that is smashing everything in its path. They stood before the massive Trent Towers, and the companion insisted, an ordinary person cannot defeat a rank C monster. Menes does not lose composure, remains calm and brushes off the creature, calling it a trifle despite his distrust. She states only those above level 20 can handle such an enemy, and people of this level are extremely rare. Rethinking all this, Menes begins to doubt. Maybe his confidence in the strength of the people of this world was premature. Next to the rabid tree, piles of fallen bodies leave no doubt. Humanity here is much weaker than he initially expected. His companion explains simply and bluntly. In this world, people hardly hunt demons and do not understand how to effectively increase their power. This warning reflects a different sense of reality. Unlike the game, where demons were everywhere, here encounters are rare, and it is this that restrains human growth. Recalling how key figures from the very start rose to higher levels, having proper training, He already distinctly feels the difference, quietly calling her with his gaze, finally preparing to explain what exactly happened. Bowing before Trent and his sword plant and the surrounding plantations, they admit, below level 20, and almost certainly they cannot overcome it. She decides to protect him, takes a step forward, and prepares to hold back the monsters with magic. She firmly believes that inaction means death for both, so she chooses otherwise at least one must survive. The threat calmly rejects her plan and shows no fear until he slowly surveys the trend's movement. He explains that her sacrifice will change nothing and calmly prepares to act instead. Together they look at the giant monster. It stands confidently as if already ready to take on this threat alone. She decides to become a shield for the threat, takes full responsibility for their alliance upon herself, and refuses to let him go into danger alone. Anxiety tears her movements to pieces as she orders him to flee, and at the same time unleashes her own magic. Raising her staff, she erects a lightning barrier, a radiant wall between them and what is charging ahead. A massive creature crashes into the barrier, and a crack spreads across the radiant shield under colossal force. Despite the tension, it still holds the spell, waiting tensely, but eventually breaks from a furious hit. Shards fly everywhere. The storm barrier wall cracks under the strike of Trent's attack, and she cannot comprehend how this creature is capable of such incredible strength. Before the shield falls, Mina manages to catch her and cover her, preventing her reckless stance from becoming fatal. With one move, he stops the monster's devastating attack. He watches calmly. His thought is one: many people unable to oppose stronger enemies still rush straight into danger. She does not take her eyes off his motionless hand in shock, and only then does she realize he stopped the attack with a power far greater than she imagined. She angrily asks, why didn't the men run away? She cannot understand his decision to stay when such danger is already breathing down their neck. Holding her little companion, she watches as he declares, in his eyes, retreat is defeat. Turning back to the furious flow, he proclaims, a creature attacking its creator must be corrected. A dark confidence settles on him as he takes responsibility and declares, the final boss never loses. Despite warnings, Menas goes forward alone, preparing to seize the power that removes all his limitations. Menas narrows his eyes, and instead of the usual restraint, concentration appears in his gaze, even to the point of trembling. Activating the freezing ability, he pins the agitated Trent in place. The latter's movement instantly stops. The massive tree freezes right before him. Its attack halts as if the very moment has frozen. He reveals that this technique originates from a demonic skill, capable of immobilizing the enemy for a moment. He tears off the seal that bound his demonic powers. Danger begins to merge his body with abilities drawn from other demons. Dark energy gathers around Mina as he decides to end the battle, yet he does not fully release his second form. He calls for the lifting of restrictions and summons the Black Reaper, woven from demonic power, the one who. The weapon carries the Reaper's ability. It ignores flesh and cuts straight through the soul. Although the technique rarely connects, Trent's frozen state guarantees the strike will inevitably hit the target. With one sweeping motion, the threat slashes the monster and death becomes inevitable, and the fight instantly ends. After the decisive blow, Trent collapses, his gigantic body bursts apart, and fragments scatter across the forest floor. She is struck by shock. She realizes that the ranked sea monster fell from a single strike. While the relief has not yet settled, the surrounding sword plants rush forward, wildly howling and launching a sudden counterattack at the very first push. Calmly yielding the threat with a click, Menes calls Glacia summons the subordinate to take on the remaining dangers. The great wolf descends swiftly and crashes right into the pack itself, crushing the plants under its paws and instantly breaking the ambush. As soon as the wolf crushes the remaining plants, Menes carefully praises his summon while she stands frozen in disbelief. She is overwhelmed by shock as she begins to realize that, like him, this little creature possesses such incredible power. Mena awkwardly tries to calm him, realizing that he might have accidentally revealed much more power than intended. Just as he fails to finish speaking, the trees around shudder and an unnatural pressure rolls through the forest. Leaves scatter with such a crack that it stings the eyes, and when the forest responds again, she freezes in fear, scanning every new breach of silence. A furious surge of power rises through the thicket, and she screams, for the earth and air around them explode with dense tension. A super-deep wave of mana bursts outward, but the threat quickly encircles her in a siege as she begins to lose consciousness. Noticing that such intensity could have completely broken her mind, he dryly concludes, Unconsciousness perhaps saved her. He is pierced by suspicion. He feels something powerful has caught the surge of his mana. The forest shakes with increasingly strong pressure, and it comes to the conclusion. A threat of a much greater order is approaching. The compressing force rolls through the forest, and Mina feels that the creature nearby is much more powerful than all the previous monsters. Holding Mikoran in his arms, he urges an immediate retreat. Any delay will inevitably bring disaster. But they have not yet managed to escape. Twisting vines rise from the ground deliberately, concentrically coiling into rings. The climbing plants quickly twist, forming a living pillar. It blocks their path and tightens around them even more. In the thicket of vines appears a mysterious horned figure calmly restrained. And obviously it was the one who caused the disturbance. The horned figure raises its head from the clusters of grapevines and finally recognizes the presence of Menace. Bowing deeply in respect before him, the mysterious creature greets its lord, while Menace stands ready, holding Mikoran protectively. Minas, once serving his demon king, now walked freely, but soon a familiar presence attacked him. In the forest, Abido bowed and politely announced his patrols of the lands that once belonged to Minas.
The visitor lifts a bag of rice, and he immediately brazenly demands, how did she manage to get such a rare amount for his brother?
Abido V of the 7 demon princes remained loyal, and Minas regretted that they had feigned death. Born from the world tree, Abido conquered the armies of nature itself. His power ranked SS in Risnoa had no equals. Unnoticed, Abido kept to the sidelines, while Minas stood with the girl and asked why he was in such company. Mina panicked as soon as Abido fixed his gaze on her. His calm retirement an illusion he carried in his mind shattered the moment he was caught so unmistakably. Minas began to explain something, but Abido did not listen, decided that before the capture, his master conducted a noble purification. Abido appreciated Minas for choosing pure souls and extended the fiercest support to cleanse the world. Minas regretted summoning Abido, but even after Minas relinquished command, he still revered him as a god. Minas instantly stopped Abido's bloody proposal, trying to explain. He came for different reasons. Forcing a smile, Minas announced his resignation officially. He ceased to be emperor. Abido froze in shocked stupor. So much devotion and work, and the master simply said, "I'm stepping down." Minas called the resistance a coup and admitted that he had considered resigning. Perhaps that would be best. Upon hearing this, Abido's mood darkened sharply. His eerie laughter concealed something deeper, and something stirred behind the trees. In a frenzy, Abido declared revenge on the rebellious people, promising to destroy them without hesitation. Minas realized Abido's anger was capable of risking much more than a rebellion. He could erase all human civilization from the face of the earth without a trace. Thanks to his plant skills, Abido could destroy ecosystems and spread diseases, becoming the most effective weapon of extinction. Minas knew ordinary people would not withstand Abido's fury. They would be destroyed, just as he himself threatened. In panic, Minas tried to calm Abido by blaming stress and curiosity, saying that it was precisely because of them that he left the imperial throne. Abido became insanely enraged, grabbed deadly vines, and swore to destroy everyone who threatened his beloved former emperor. The roots shot forward and burst with a wild thrust. The mine seemed to confirm loyalty, but the explosion only made the destruction worse. At first, realizing that it was impossible to continue, Minato pressed Abido with his command authority and ordered him to stop. If Abido goes on the attack, and Rose suddenly stuns the divine team subordinated to him, immediately suppresses the recruit's instincts. Minas clarified. He left the throne, not control. The Noah Empire was still overwhelmed. Minas reminded Abido that rebellion is a natural thing, and his new order allows people to live peacefully. Abido fell silent at his master's words, slowly extinguished his power, and lowered his defiant, rebellious posture. Reluctantly, Abido accepted the order. Divinus retreated, forcibly calmed down, and the war was averted for some time. With a heavy sigh, Minas recalled the once terrifying king of demons, and now he bargains for the survival of humanity, standing guard. Cautiously, Abido weighed the next move of his master, but did not understand what the former ruler intended to hunt. Minas had no clear plan, but he was sure he sought freedom. Abido asked about defensive strategies and was proud of his loyal sentinels. They say they keep the empire's borders safe. Minas realized leaving the rule does not mean leaving the responsibility. Noah's safety was still too important to him. He feared that Alexa could be put at risk if the prince's secret oath became known again. Mina's ordered Albedo to secretly protect the Empire from now on. The demonic principality would operate in the shadows. Albedo gladly accepted the order. It seemed obvious to him. Humans cannot handle responsibility without divine supervision. Mina smiled. Albedo's obedience reassured him, and he entrusted him with Noah's secret protection. Mina's checked with the fourth-place primo. Albedo III relayed the order or the meeting range limit through the relay. Albedo confirmed. Primo, Lord of Ruin, destructive yet loyal, can become a valuable ally. Primo's unique ability granted instant communication with all demon princes, so he was the ideal envoy for the secret order. Albedo explained Primo's role. She created a communication network to spread intelligence about defense throughout the empire. Mina's noticed he was not included and, smiling, thought, did they deliberately exclude him? Albedo warned, if you stay involved, there will be no freedom. Minato must remain hidden to move freely. Albedo swore allegiance again, promised support from the shadows, and vowed to destroy any threats. With a smile, Albedo proposed a new idea. Minato must secretly rule from the shadows. Mina's considered Albedo's proposal, mindful of how the shadows enticed, but destruction was not in his plans. While Mina's hesitated, the girl beside him stirred slowly, coming out of unconsciousness. Still delirious, she whispered to her mother, and it was clear. She was trapped in trauma. Mina's could not understand what it meant. Mina's watched as her voice calmed the panic, assuring. The danger had passed, but he still needed some time to cover the tracks. Before falling asleep again, the girl whispered, "Thank you," and leaving Mina's surprised, he froze without words. Mina's watched her closely, attentively, thoughtfully. So much had changed, yet she still breathed calmly. When morning came, Mina's reconsidered Albedo's proposal, and what had previously lurked in the shadows suddenly became strangely attractive. Refusal of the role of the final boss left behind a void. The world spun into a spiral without any guiding hand. Even if he could have directed fate from behind the scenes, perhaps it still would not have happened the way it shattered completely. Just as he changed his own fate, Mina's now believed he could change others as well. The main hero pulls himself together, decides to play along, and prepares to clean up everything to the last detail. He stumbles upon a sugar shroom that uncontrollably releases spores, and this stirs curiosity while he quietly plots something. Excitedly, he turns to Albedo, hinting that his plan is directly connected to the unusual properties of this mushroom. Holding the mushroom, he asks Albedo to grow Molly, a rare magical plant, an ingredient for spells. Reacting quickly, Albedo activates his powers and summons a field of blooming Molly flowers.
Finally, he exhales with relief, satisfied with the progress, and
Officials inspected the flowers and confirmed. The harvest was exceptional, far exceeding any last year's yield. Despite the miracle, one elf sensed something wrong. Nowhere no trace of insects, no signs of rot. She said that near the place wandered one sugar shroom, but noticed nothing else unusual. Quietly smiling, the boy knew. He had skillfully arranged everything so as not to arouse suspicion and to get P. To avoid arousing suspicion, he destroyed all the evidence and blamed everything on the influence of the hallucinogenic sugar fungus. Albedo forcefully grew Molly bushes, covering all the damage he himself had caused. They restored the forest, neutralized the smoldering miasma, and left no trace of destruction behind. Miko Rin woke up confused. Everything looked usual, but instincts whispered something went wrong here. Her sharp gaze pinned him to the spot. Even despite his denials, she knew he was hiding something. She questioned why she was the one who fainted. And the answer was one: if he has immunity, then he knows something suspicious. While she recalled her nightmare, she admitted he had looked strangely heroic and capable all this time. Blushing, she muttered that he looked somewhat stately, but quickly caught herself mid-word, cutting off the thought at H. Thought he froze in shock as soon as he heard her indirect compliment, and she gasped, realizing she had just said that. She panicked and lunged at him. In feverish denial, she demanded that he stop baring his teeth at her reaction. Panic covers the village. Residents report that the Snail Kingdom is coming from the east and suddenly collapses, catching everyone by surprise. He brushed it off calm, as if nothing had happened, while others panicked over the threat looming right at their border. As soon as Mina's was considered dead, the enemies saw vulnerability in the empire. Its defense became critically weakened. The Empress still held affairs in Gopher, so the military organization stepped aside, and the territory remained open. Realizing their town was undefended, Miko Rin trembled and thought, there is no escape now, they are doomed to fall. He barely smiled and calmed them. The 7 demonic princes still guarded the empire's borders. But he understood. Their uneasy peace was fragile, so the original plotline no longer fit. Without the threat of the Devil Lord, the former restrainer, the balance of power cracked and war could erupt any time, unpredictably. Feeling all this chaos, he laughed bitterly. Freedom was not easy when the whole world hunts you. Raising his eyes and gathering his spirit again, he decided to act like a shadow in the dark without unnecessary noise. Wrapped in vine, he held worried looks heavy, and his voice soft to loyalty, unwavering even without his master. He remembered the sudden abdication. There was no time for farewell, only quiet confusion. But now, seeing Mina's smile endlessly, he admitted, the former emperor really looked happier. Mina's routinely called to the reception, and Ophir silently watched him, amused by the antics of his former master. When asked about the enemy's movements, the frightened receptionist admitted, the kingdom of snails has advanced too far into the continent. Using the approach of the turtle kingdom, Menes reached the bottomless plains and decided to visit the fourth seat Primo. While others were still rushing to save themselves, Minas dashed forward alone, ignoring their cries and confusion below. Minas flew over the jagged mountains on a divine creature, carrying himself forward to the chaotic, bottomless plains. Explosions shook the battlefield. Enemy forces covered the area with relentless magical bombardments. General Zoe immediately understood. Their defense was cracking and retreating under the pressure of numerical superiority, training, and also unexpected magical power. The soldiers were probably supposed to be low-level, but their firepower equaled that of an elite unit. Something was clearly off. Zoil concluded that this army was secretly prepared. The invasion was planned long before today. Zoe suspects a traitor among her own. The detailed plans hint at inside knowledge even before the coup. The enemies strike magic pores rapidly. Shimmering barriers crack, and shockwaves explode along the front lines of defense. Spells break through the barrier. Panicked soldiers report advanced magic breaking through their last line of defense. When the mine is spent and there are no reinforcements, Zoil clenches his fist and understands. Retreat may become necessary. He orders the main forces to retreat and regroup, casting aside fears for their own safety. General Zoil draws his sword and charges forward alonianly to distract the hunting forces advancing in a solid wave. He shouts to the others to flee, and he himself rushes into the magical barrier, which immediately shatters into fragments. Though overwhelmed by pressure, he remembers their trust at level 21, yet still has a tangible combat advantage. Arrows fly at him incessantly. In despair, he searches with his gaze, looking for anything capable of shifting the course of the battle. Somewhere in the shadows, a mysterious figure calls the black-armored knights, silently watching as the balance of the battle is about to shift. Zoe recalls that the demon Lord Menace, whom everyone feared but who had no equal, could have crushed this assault without any effort. Zoil mourns with regret that such colossal power vanished along with the supposed death of Menace. Suddenly the cavalry returns to him. Loyal soldiers tear up orders and refuse to abandon their general. They swear to bear his burden together with him, insisting that unity can delay the enemy's advance even longer. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zoil accepts their decision and prepares to charge together, hearts burning with defiance. Zoil leads the attack from defiant resolve, gathering his knights for the final battle. He pushes away doubts, recalling that countless lives still rely on his unbreakable defense. Announcing his name, Zoil releases a powerful, skillful taunt, drawing the enemy's attention to himself. Enemy archers raise their bows, responding to his battle cry with synchronized glances and drawn strings. Arrows rain down heavily on Zoil's unit. He fiercely holds his position, harshly keeping all the enemy's attention on his hostage. They decide to lure the enemy into a siege, until reinforcements from Empress Alexandra arrive. Despite the doom, Zoil rushes forward, buying precious seconds for retreat at the cost of his own unit's sacrifice. With fearless determination, they declared their resistance, ready to die to delay the inevitable assault. A cloaked man raises his hand, casting high-level darkness to nullify and erase any incoming force. Suddenly, all arrows vanish into thin air with a muffled poff, and Zoil's group remains completely unharmed. Enemy mages panic. Their spells fail, chaos spreads in wide waves, and the front line hesitates, unwilling to respond. A winged figure descends from the sky, shrouded in a grim glow. Zoil freezes, unable to believe his own eyes. A sheathed man calmly swims down soldiers' frieze, recognizing a power they cannot comprehend. With a crooked smile, the man fixes his gaze on Zoil, and fear ignites in his heart. When chaos erupts fully, the cloaked figure proclaims, "Limit break," and prepares to unleash devastating magical power. Against the backdrop of his incredible complexity, a gigantic magic circle flares one the mind cannot grasp, woven with myths and legends. The veiled figure raises a hand and summons the legendary level 10 earth magic before the stunned soldiers. With a fierce smile, he casts Earthbreaker and mountain spikes emerge from beneath the earth. Soldiers scream as the ground breaks and tears apart with a furious roar of chaos. A wave of destruction swallows everything without a trace. An explosive, dazzling light tears through the battlefield. Bodies fall to the ground, and only one rider still stands upright, as if nothing was taken from him. In the ruins and dust, Zoil rises with relief. The survivors barely hold on to that light. Approaching the vast crater, he was stunned not by human defeat, but by the sheer scale of the magical devastation. Zoil whispers in disbelief. It all happened because of one man. He cast only one impossible spell. He doubts that level 10 truth magic could be a fabrication, but the divine power of this magic was undeniable. Zoil, staring into the void, asks aloud, as if he does not believe himself, was that man in the closed cloak really a god? Having reshaped the land, Menes glanced at his work, a defensive trench modeled after Glacier. Satisfied with the result, Menes left the battlefield and began searching for Primo atop his winged beast. Later, legends praised Zoil's resilience, so he was called, a blessing given for surviving colossal magical power. She appeared joyfully, hiding her anxiety, while barren lands stretched endlessly before them. Mounting his beast animal, the traveler recalled the fallen royal land, a memory swallowed by tragedy 10 years ago. The silence of the wasteland responded without words. The ruins vanished, the remains erased by Primo, whom the Lord of Ruin fears. He did not intend to descend. He flew even higher, adjusted the radar, and tirelessly searched with his gaze for that very, so elusive presence of the subordinate. But no matter how hard he tried, the weak mana slipped out of sight even for his Sharkton skills. It proved too difficult. The army was already approaching from afar. The beast caught it first, and the master raised his gaze. The girl stood before the soldiers, and a confused whisper scattered through the crowd as she nervously counted aloud. Trembling, yet still unshaken, she declared the boundary line and ordered them to stop the advance. Without hesitation, the soldiers released arrows and the girl cried out, stunned by the sharp, painful hit. Her body hit the ground with a thud. The soldiers confirmed that the target was neutralized, but still could not understand why she did it. Despite the mortal wounds, Primo rose unscathed. The human form burned away completely, and from beneath it emerged a terrible resilience. The soldiers became alarmed and panicked. They scattered. The true nature of Primo surfaced, the fourth demon lord, the ancestor of slugs, the lord of ruin. Her shape-shifting body churned like proto-slime, and she could effortlessly mimic any living creature in any form. Primo, fully restored, smiled gently, but fear overwhelmed the soldiers. They did not know if she was a girl or a monster. They acted without thinking. Primo gathered herself, and her heart grew cold. They ignored every warning she tried with all her might to give them. Primo's body twisted until tentacles sprouted from the slime, growing blades behind her back, stretching in different directions. With a sharp jerk, her body shot forward. Her arms and legs struck the target, and several armored soldiers vanished on contact. The rescuers froze. Horror from the splattered blood swept over them in a wave of panic. No one dared to take a step toward her anymore. Primo puffed her cheeks, confused. She could not understand why everyone suddenly fled, screaming in terror. To prove her innocence, she triggered a safe explosion, but accidentally wiped out half the battlefield. The soldiers fled in panic, but the ray of decay consumed everything even before they managed to move from their place. From above, he recognized the ray Primo's light, which evaporates everything in its path. The destruction was colossal. The decay ray Primo tore out a canyon. Mercy was never one of her strong traits. But deep inside, Primo was gentle, a calm demon who hated clashes, born from cunning. But when the world is under threat, she acts without hesitation. No shadow of doubt, and she destroys those who violate it. She smiled cheerfully and contentedly. The battle quieted, her peace returned, hence the name Lord of Ruin. At that very moment, her master arrived. His voice praised her efforts, and Primo was pleasantly embarrassed. She immediately pounced on him with joy, calling his name and her favorite goo. She nestled against him like a little animal drowning in the happiness of reunion after such a long separation. He remembered everything. Primo, the first demon he summoned 15 years ago. Primo sensed him from afar. Instincts did not fail, it was her favorite master. Embarrassed, she apologized for the destruction and prepared the Mina Primo squad for cleanup. And then, joyfully, she lifted her dress. Dozens of small slimes splattered onto the floor, ready to carry out orders. They quickly twitched and began cleaning up the bodies. Despite appearances, Mina Primos were a terribly efficient disposal team. Curious, Primo tilted his head. His visit was rare, so something very serious had brought him here. He announced that he renounced being emperor. The abrupt decision threw Primo off balance, and he froze, not uttering a single word. Confused, she questioned him. Why did he so easily renounce the throne? He briefly replied, simply tired. He reassured her again that he chose freedom, and now she needed to be by his side. Illuminated by joy, Primo promised to help him in everything, and her heart was filled with true happiness. Their conversation sharply shifted in another direction. He mentioned the strange network of demon princes. Primo had not yet heard anything from Ofer. Primo admitted that she had muted Ofer, and she felt embarrassed, which was why she missed the network messages. He gently but persistently forced her to unblock the sound, Ofer, and to convey his resignation to all 7 demonic princes. Meanwhile, Mina Primo, teasing her slightly, nudged her towards agreement, and she promised that at least today she would not eat anyone. Primo relayed the secret message. The emperor abdicated but protect the empire silently. With joyful pride, she announced that everything was ready. Mini Slime happily confirmed the delivery to the excited Beep. Mina Primo instantly sent shared one-mind messages, which through linked consciousness were immediately transmitted to all demonic princes. An angry reply came. Ophi angrily attacked Primo because he had been ignored for so long. Before answering, Primo casually explained, "The communication system has unexpectedly diverse capabilities. Because of this, the message looked amusingly compressed." With joy, Ophi confirmed that she would stay with the master and care for him forever. Her eyes shone with satisfaction. Nothing could make her happier than simply being near him. Primo asked the first, and at the same time the last question. What will happen to the local defense if she leaves? She noticed the recent aggression of the Snail Kingdom, although its deep trenches should have held the attack. He reshaped the terrain. He blocked the cliffs and stopped the invasion, leaving only a few narrow roads that survived. Yet he was still troubled by the balance of the world. The empire of Alex trembled even from blows coming from almost insignificant threats. Mounting his monster, he mysteriously smiled and told Primo that it was time to move on. With confidence in his voice, he declared that their enemies were finished. Primo silently watched and felt a powerful break beginning. The great Snail Kingdom stood proudly and did not yet know that its fate would change sharply and irrevocably overnight. Celebrating fake news, the king raised his glass, confident that the demon lord menus had already been completely defeated. Greedy nobles gathered secretly and whispered a plan to use the chaos to expand their own power over the Noah Empire. One merchant boldly boasted of his strategy. Wealth feeds armies, armies conquer, and taxes keep Titan in subjugation. Drunk with greed, he proclaimed himself untouchable and already dreamed of sucking all the strength from Noah through taxes. Keeping the secret, the nobility with a confident face mocked the people, shifting the blame for all suffering onto them, the very ones who had brought it upon themselves. Suddenly, a boisterous laugh cut through the silence, making both men shudder, and their private conspiracy was seen by an unknown stranger. A shadow loomed over them. It accused them of theft and manipulation, covering everything with politics. In a dramatic entrance, a masked figure removed the veils. Before them stood the legendary phantom thief Nemesis. Nemesis towered above all and declared her true mission: to steal treasures, take justice, and instill fear in the corrupt elite. Nemesis boldly aimed at the palace, confirming its vaults hold wealth ripe for theft. Although publicly praised for generosity, the Coal King secretly orchestrated schemes in both kingdoms for his own financial gain. Nemesis refused to remain silent, briefly outlined the framework, showing respect to the demon lord menus, and provoked a deadly response. Announcing the verdict, Nemesis swore to strip the palace bare, punishing corruption with swift theatrical justice. Unyielding, the Snail King clanged, and this echo summoned the elite guards to catch the audacious spy. The Snail King ordered the elite guards to launch an attack, shouting slogans so that Nemesis would be killed. Nemesis calmly towered, dodging spells while beginning to cast back the darkness of the 8th level. As soon as his spell activated, Nemesis tore through the powerful field and instantly nullified all hostile magic around. The nobility froze stunned and powerless. Panic engulfed them, and Nemesis only teased their futile efforts with a sly smile. Hovering over the moonlit palace, Nemesis revealed. The phantom thieves were completely immune to magical attacks. The king mocked Nemesis, insisting that a single person alone could not break through the palace defenses. Nemesis only grimaced and reinforcements thundered in. The hint was as if he had never said he acted alone. Suddenly slime seeped through the ceiling, and everyone was irritably stunned an unknown ally had just appeared. A soldier jumped out shouting, "Some strange maid is melting the walls and destroying the entire underground treasury vault of the palace." The mysterious maid appeared in a prominent place, laughing wildly, and declared that she intended to ruin all the king's plans for the whole day without any chance. The mask of the phantom thief proudly emerged from its place and declared that it devours everything that doesn't fit into the bag. In panic, the snail king rushed at her with all his might, screaming for her to return his money, while also throwing accusations at other kingdoms. He raged in despair, insisting that the resistance members had robbed Noah's vaults, and insisted. He was not the only greedy one. Nemesis remained calm. She stunned him and scolded him for shamelessly making Noah a scapegoat. He remembered how he once gave away small change and only then realized. In fact, it was incredibly valuable. Nemesis admitted plainly. He was the villain who spent Noah's money, but only claimed it was a temporary loan. The Snail King demanded the return of the funds, not even suspecting that Nemesis had a completely different plan in mind. Nemesis agreed to give them back, smiled boldly, and dryly clarified, "Let him go to the rightful owners." With a sharp, dramatic click, the maid threw the treasure into the sky above the city. The coins burst above the rooftops like fireworks, showering people, while the greedy king screamed in despair, unable to do anything. Coins rained down over the rooftops, and the stunned residents joyfully gathered the wealth they once hid. People celebrated, watching the palace shine, and Nemesis's message about justice echoed loudly silently. Nemesis quoted the king's own words. Money made his power worthless, and relying on that very truth, dismantled his empire. The Golden Snail King was dethroned in defeat, and suddenly he realized. Fear no longer surrounded him. Remembering the lost treasures, he muttered in vain and stood helplessly until his palace began to collapse due to magical sabotage. When the palace fell, Nemesis proclaimed the official end of the corrupt rule of the Snail Kingdom. Diving through the sky, the thieves laughed with happiness. They were already recalling their thrilling heist. When asked what a phantom thief was, Nemesis suddenly realized. He had never really known for sure. With love, they recalled childhood adventures, and those stirred poignant, bittersweet memories of their mischievous, naughty younger days. Memories of Ali and old friends made Nemesis smile. She was enveloped in nostalgia for simpler, heroic times. While everything around quieted down, Nemesis quietly stirred childhood dreams in memory back when he held power at a level and was only 9. He remembered how he secretly roamed with friends, inventing missions, then helping townspeople from the shadows. They waved wooden swords, shouted loud declarations, and played heroes together, desperately saving the world. That dream now seemed distant, once majestic, but now spoiled by the reality he had already come to accept. Once he was guided by justice, kindness, and hope, but now he serves only his own idea. As a child, he dreamed of becoming a good emperor like the heroes he sincerely admired. But that dream shattered in blood. He lost everything as soon as darkness fell without mercy and without any warning. Grasping her lifeless body, he wept silently, broken, powerless, and unable to undo what had already happened. Suffering turned into determination, and his gaze sharpened, cold and stubborn, forged by torment, betrayal, and loss. Raising his eyes to the sky, he finally accepted the truth. Everything had changed, and he had changed with it. The girl collapsed into his lap, and he remained the same even after all they had endured. He averted his gaze, embarrassed, while the winged beast teased him with unexpectedly mundane, familiar phrases. Casting a glance at their shared past, he focused on the duty already waiting ahead. Tomorrow would demand his leadership. As dawn approached, the capital beneath the mountains quietly stirred, preparing for their return. In the palace, the girl watched as crowds gathered festively, still unaware of what fate would bring her. The princess received Prime Minister Guilford. His report lay as a heavy burden on the fragile peace of the kingdom. He recounted how the kingdom of snails survived the strike of 2 elusive phantom thieves. The princess listened silently as Guilford confirmed. The gold was returned by the ghost tat of its nemesis. Barely releasing the tension, she subtly smiled. In the shadows, someone still held the defense of their kingdom. As soon as the conversation touched on the 7 demon princes, the tension gripped her chest again, for new threats were already stirring. The princess finally realized. Once this squad of heroes were rebels, and now their influence reached the most vulnerable place. She felt bitter that she had given them power blindly. Now their egos were already threatening the fragile internal stability of the kingdom. She asked Guilford to take everything under control. Now was not the time for reckless steps. These thoughts lay as a heavy burden on her shoulders, her doubts about her destiny, as Empress grew under pressure even stronger than before. Guilford answered honestly. Her role was not strategy nor war, but securing unconditional respect for the country. Guilford clarified. Political duties belong to the ministers, and unity is held by the deserved respect evoked by the Empress. She questioned the rule held by fear, but he called for leadership through trust, not through intimidation, like the demon lord Terror. Understanding Daunt and Empress must be born from examples, so that others willingly follow her leadership. Although she smiled and politely dismissed Guilford, doubts still smoldered beneath her calculated, restrained appearance. Once alone again, she doubted her own worth, clutching her sleeve, hesitating whether she even deserved respect. She recalled her idealistic past, and suddenly saw how it was mercilessly shattered by the burdens of real leadership. As soon as the defense was broken and the forces had not yet recovered, the empire soon after the coup fell into chaos. External threats loomed over everything, but the most frightening were the shadows slipping inside the palace, bringing even deadlier trials. Assassins crept quietly and relentlessly. Blades drawn, death was near, and each time she barely managed to slip away from the final strike. And each time something invisible intervened, cutting through the darkness before it could reach her. Every time danger appeared on the horizon, an unknown figure appeared, and each time tore her from the hands of certain death. She realized everything was thought out to the smallest detail and played out in advance. Her salvation depended on the foresight of that mysterious protector. But even under guard, she felt lonely. She did not know who exactly was going to betray her behind those friendly smiles. Something else was hidden. The Empress feared betrayal. The thought would not leave her that her own people could turn against her at the most inopportune moment. Doubts gnawed at her from within, and she asks herself, is Emperor Menace really the ruler they truly need? Despite being called a tyrant, only force could tame the threat, so security rested on unwavering determination. Now sitting on his throne, he finally realized, true leadership can be truly lonely. She recalled words of comfort spoken long ago, and was not sure if those words were ever addressed to her. She doubted herself, but the memory of her savior's voice was etched in her heart forever. Finally, these simple words gave her both courage and the will to not stop. She passionately wanted to know who was hiding under the hood, the very man who always stood up for her. For a moment, his face twitched as if something that was hidden deep in her distant childhood and almost erased from memory came alive. Although the memories blurred, she still recognized the boy. Every time tears flowed, he found words and comfort. Once he was the same for her, kind, gentle, and always reaching out whenever she fell. Now she felt unworthy, because she failed to respond with the courage she once saw in him. His familiar words echoed again, and for the first time she truly looked at him. Doubt melted away as if in a revelation. She realized that the man from her past could return. His voice and kindness matched perfectly the childhood guardian she never truly managed to forget. She stood quietly by the window, and her heart clenched with certainty. She still deeply missed him. Minas walked alongside his comrades. Through the quiet battlefield, swords were stuck into the ground around them. He collapsed weakly, listening to their muffled voices. Somewhere very close, a whisper barely escaped. Master, master. Mina woke up slowly, so slowly that she shuddered at Primo's cheerful greeting. She stretched forward and nudged him to finally get up. Still slightly dazed, Mina recalled. Last night he took Primo home after rescuing her. Primo reminded her that the traveler must not forget his duties. Mina squealed and groaned, pulling the blanket over her head to buy a little more time. Exhausted by travels and troubles, Mina resisted without getting up, replaying yesterday's constant fuss and rounds in her mind. Primo, unafraid and unyielding, threatened to pretend to be a disintegrating beam, so Mina's was forced to stop his antics, and he sighed heavily. Finally getting up, Mina's agreed to eat. Primo reminded him breakfast was already waiting downstairs. He slowly stretched, dressed, and went outside. A light breeze and sunlight busied themselves chasing away sleep. Monsters freely rushed through the world, and Mina smiled, grateful that both the creatures and the gifted flowers peacefully thrive. Nina built this house in the forbidden forest so that no one else would dare to break in there. He quietly exhaled and watched as his beast comrade rested in freedom, no longer needing to hide wings or strength. When he looked out the window, Mina smiled. A place surrounded by danger had finally become a home. He dressed for the day, recalling Primo's breakfast, and headed to the dining hall. Surprised, Mina's received greetings with dazzling exclamations, and the servant shouted in the rays, "My liege." Afir, shining with pride, declared that he was the breakfast chef for Mina, and vowed to prepare flawless dishes for her that day. Mina's turned away sated, not taking his eyes off the energetic Afir, who blossomed from the sun like a living plant. With flair, Ofer unfolded a monster vegetable banquet, raw, trembling, and seeming alive, somewhere on the edge of life. Mina's shuddered and admitted he cannot stand vegetables. Horror spread through his body. He wonders if, perhaps, his leech is not herbivorous. The tale of fear, passionately praised as beneficial for vegetables, stunned Mina. He mentally switched off halfway through the tirade. Despite doubts, Mina's agreed to try, although the vegetables really did look fresh. He carefully bit. Maybe it wouldn't be that terrible after all. Maybe, in fact, there was secretly something tasty hidden there. The grassy, earthy taste burst forward. His face froze, and he immediately realized it tasted just as horrible as it looked. When Minnie was offered more juice, she flinched in fear and released a beam, rejecting Afir's anxious care. Primo rushed forward, reproached Afir, and defended Mina's. In silence, he thanked his savior in mourning. Primo confidently served her dish and declared that it was much better than anything Afir had prepared. To Mina's shock, her dish was raw slime. Primo called it fresh and nutritious. Impatiently tapping the fidget, Primo waited for his approval. Minar was stalling, doubting whether this even counted as his food. He bit, and the texture stunned him. A musty aftertaste flooded everything like a wave. Both chefs demanded praise. Mina sat motionless and couldn't say a word while slime and vegetables fought for culinary supremacy. Mina's snapped because of his competition and did it quickly. Both chefs were officially fired. Primo and Afir were in despair. Mina's had no idea they would take all this so close to heart. "We feel guilty, so we sincerely apologize," acknowledging their efforts. Demon pants are not made to be cooks. Mina stubbornly relied on her own confidence and called her grandmother. If no one knows how to cook, he will create someone who does. With a sharp click and a powerful spell, Mina summoned a new entity, Genesis Silky, born to serve. Silky, the house fairy cleaner, appeared, and on the servants, a monster that cleans to merge with them, multiplied. Mina's ordered Silky to prepare food. She silently bowed, unparalleled in culinary and domestic skill. As soon as she made the first move, she burst into tears. Painful, jealous, because she decided she was replaced and pushed away. Mina's explained that Silky was never really his maid. Primo put on this outfit by his own choice. Silky served the perfect breakfast. Mina finally smiled with satisfaction. This time, the food looked just right. Mina's tasted Silky's dish. Finally, exactly what he longed for: warm, balanced, something that satisfies. The taste was exquisite, simple yet deep. Each bite consisted of buttery perfection and coziness. Each part of the meal supported the next. Mina's declared it the perfect breakfast. Silky was officially appointed the house cook. Others were shocked, and Silky accepted it politely without unnecessary fuss. Primo and Ofer were crushed. Silky only smiled, confident that she had won not only the breakfast. Afir and Primo, humiliated, swore revenge, and Primo giggled silkily while Mina calmly savored his dish. Primo frowned, Afir threw reproaches, but no one admitted defeat. Mina simply ignored them and, savoring his well-deserved breakfast, continued eating. Tension boiled. Words flew, and memories of refusal ignited into a brief but heated clash between them. Eventually, silence fell. Tea was served. Mina quietly took a sip and let the morning regain its rhythm. But suddenly Afir became completely serious. Sensing danger, he reported a strange anomaly near the forest of the Kingdom of the Fae. Afir warned about disturbed snakes. Mina calmly sipped tea and named the cause Nidahogg. Nidahogg broke free, aimed at Yggdrasil to absorb her power and become a god. Afir was stunned by Mina's knowledge. He praised the insight and foresight of his lord. Mina confidently grimaced. He had not come just to rest. He was already expecting this threat. Everyone praised his genius. Mina's downplayed it, yet confirmed. If we lose Yggdrasil, it is the end. The world tree, the source of all magic, rose in the center. Its survival meant the survival of the world. When the world tree dies, the flow of magic ceases and life stops existing. Mina's dismissed the long explanations. It was meant to happen at the end of the game, not now. He felt uneasy. He ordered Ofer to watch Nidahogg. Ofer swore to report quickly and set off. Mina's rose was called by duty, and as always, the morning calm lasted only briefly. The young man was about to leave. His shadow magic quietly clenched everything needed in his hand. She adjusts his tousled collar and smooths his hair. He proudly shows he is ready and has already planned everything ahead. He utters farewell words and hands the house to her, confident and composed for departure. Calmly smiling, he pets his beast and watches as the winged guardian rises into the sky. She warmly opens her arms, stands in the doorway, and waits until he safely returns home. When he returns, his thoughts go again to where he always left Primo behind and watched her smile from afar. He recalls their joyful adventure together. Her laughter still echoes within him, igniting memories of their antics. Barely calling her name, he pauses for a moment, gathering courage, and thoughtfully runs his fingers through his hair. Without making a full turn, he directly asks, does she want to join his journey today? With bright joy, Primo suddenly jumps forward, and excited and delighted, accepts his proposal, finally traveling together again. The demon lord arrived in the city with his maid, and both hid their true identities from the locals. He declared the city their shared workplace, and the proud liveliness was picked up by both the maid and the monster. To blend in with the crowd, he registered her as a traveler. She nervously promised that which he explained in words without unnecessary ceremony, while they waited in line at the registration desk and talked about the duties of a traveler. Meanwhile, two travelers discussed Maddie's absence. She disappeared without a trace after they dived into the dangerous bottomless flats. While waiting, they learned that the Snail Kingdom suddenly stopped the attack for unknown reasons. Matthias sighed in despair, disappeared again without warning, leaving everyone who cared about his safety. Maddie suddenly appeared behind him and teased as if he had clearly seen all along how much she cared about him. She nervously denied it, but everyone still greeted him back with surprise and almost obvious relief. The receptionist admitted Macaulay had to search tirelessly, and this only emphasized how much she cares. Embarrassed, Macaulay waved it off, saying she didn't care and tried to blame it all on reputation, while Maddie teased her with arrogant applause. Enraged, she grabbed his hand and demanded explanations for his disappearance and for those endless jabs. And then the maid suddenly stepped forward, solemnly warning Macaulay, under no circumstances harm your master. Macaulay accused him of kidnapping, but he only insisted on his point, that the maid's actions were completely voluntary. They laid everything out clearly. They conducted reconnaissance of the battlefield, visited the family, and even took his ambitious maid with them. Primo officially received an adventurer's license, joining G-rank just like her master. Her license was listed as an occupation which caused surprise, but at the same time fervently ignited joy in her. Despite concerns, she insisted on leaving the maid, claiming that no more useful skills existed. Though hesitant, Maddie assured her Macaulay would join their company and support them. Trapped by their logic, Macaulay stubbornly agreed, and only then realized that he had been cunningly dragged into mentoring Primo. Macaulay agreed to train Primo in exchange for a forced promotion to E-rank. Maddie teased him with a fake name, and by this unmistakably revealed that she knew the secret he sought to hide. Realizing what leverage this gave her, she became frightened and panicked until Macaulay led them on their first extermination raid. And Maddie, joking, called her Michelle Rin Sensei, and the dispute over the name flared up fully, until everything reached a compromise. Primo proudly declared that her best skill was cleaning, and this confused Macaulay during the mission briefing. It was hard not to be impressed. Primo's mysterious cleaning could destroy even strong monsters, but it did not affect everyone. Maddie suggested Primo support him from behind while he and Macaulay engaged in direct combat. Hearing a rumble nearby, Macaulay immediately rushed there, not wanting to leave others in danger. They came across travelers fighting a stone golem. Its gigantic figure loomed threateningly ahead. The golem threw a heavy stone, and the wounded fighters were immediately put in mortal danger. Yeah, Primo covered the others and held her ground while activated ruins with glowing magical runes flared up behind. Macaulay cast a powerful light barrier that protected everyone from the stone golem's deadly attack. With second-level light magic, Macaulay summoned Shining Wall to stop the golem's advance. The monster was trapped and it got confused, so Macaulay managed to take position for a strike. Macaulay aimed at Crumble to rubble and fired a shining orb that pierced the golem's core. It instantly crumbled to dust. Macaulay healed the wounded girls, checking the wounds evenly and calmly while the shattered golem crumbled noisily behind her. She praised the tutorial sisters for surviving the battle, and this made them twitch confusedly, yet at the same time they shone with delight. As soon as he calmed them down, Macaulay appeared with that deliberately casual pause. Stepping aside, playing the cold mentor, and Maddie commented with a smile, saying this was already too funny. Primo sincerely praised Macaulay's strength, believing Maddie's claim that she was a powerful and famous warrior. Embarrassed but feeling proud, Macaulay admitted. Her reputation was real, and he was touched that Maddie mentioned her. Primo proudly declared that Macaulay was one of the strongest in the world, and this completely overwhelmed her. She was utterly stunned. Maddie confirmed Macaulay's reputation. He really was one of the top characters in Resnoi. But Macaulay's main strength, the magical costume trick, had incredible combat potential. Maddie whispered the command Genesis Forest Wolf, and immediately a rank E monster was summoned ahead. Suddenly another Forest Wolf emerged from behind them, and Macaulay had to prepare his special move. Macaulay's radiant shot did not work against the Forest Wolf, and it shocked her with its endurance. Maddie insisted that she use her special skill again, and at that moment she was overwhelmed by an unwanted, embarrassed reaction. Theatrically singing, Macaulay began her magical transformation and burst into a radiant, heroic pose. A bright flash and she completed her powerful costume change, completely stunning her allies. Now she boldly approached the monster and, declaring an attack, was once again filled with confidence. The she-wolf from the forest froze, not knowing how to react. Macaulay demanded that someone acknowledge her transformation. Maddie realized, in the game the outfit looks quite normal, but in real life it looks funny and absurdly awkward. Embarrassed, Macaulay lunged at Maddie, while Primo praised her outfit with innocent admiration. Primo first asked why her clothes had changed, but did not know that Macaulay could not control the visual style of the transformation. Displeased and blushing, Macaulay accused Maddie, charging the embarrassed forest wolf with a determination for revenge fueled by anger. Macaulay Bryn unleashed a radiant burst of energy, calling upon the strongest spell to destroy the approaching monstrous threat. With explosive force, Miko Rin's barrel cannon hit the target with a starry glow. The battlefield flared with dazzling light and was covered by wild, uncontrollable power. The group silently watched the aftermath. Miko Rin's magical form revealed her colossal stats and execution class abilities. In her light form, Miko Rin ignored the enemy's defense, striking elemental weaknesses especially where there were more monsters, like Riznoa. Manhwa created everything for the extermination of monsters, and Makorin stood confidently like the last weapon, a magical girl of light. As a dark demon elementalist source seeker, he admitted, Makorin is his perfect opponent. Her magical form lasted exactly 3 minutes, and he, mocking, enjoyed her clumsy reaction to such a magnificent transformation. Nicole Rin twitched awkwardly, hoping that no one would notice her in this humiliating magical girl outfit. But unfortunately, her partners suddenly appeared. They were alarmed by the noise and hurriedly made their way through the forest, rushing to check. They froze in shock, seeing that Miko Rin had completely transformed, humiliated to the core. She lost the gift of speech. Makurin's friends stood frozen in place. They misinterpreted the situation and awkwardly retreated, as if they finally understood everything but completely wrong. As soon as the group moved away, a smoky cloud put an end to her transformation. She tried to apologize. She was ashamed of her appearance, but irritation and pangs of conscience clearly sounded in her voice. He urged her to explain, but she panicked. Stunned, she pushed away sympathy and covered her face. While emotions had not yet settled, danger was already approaching. He rushed forward and, protecting, stood in front of Miko Rin and shielded her and the others. As the tension grew, he quieted and pressed Miko Rin to himself, covering her while the others moved on. Suddenly the girls froze. They opened their eyes wide under the deadly magic known as Medusa's Gate. McOren sharply pointed towards something unknown and immediately realized. His friends were frozen with fear of what was lurking nearby. A chilling spike confirmed the suspicion. A giant snake appeared. Its gaze was so sharp it could freeze. The snake crawled forward through the grass, and Mikkel Rin and he himself froze, staring at what was beyond comprehension. They recognized the monster, a B-rank snake with the gaze of Medusa, and it was fatally out of place. Miko Rin panicked. This was not a demon zone, but a forest with a presence that disregarded all expected rules of monster behavior. Even more snakes slipped out of the shadows. They surrounded them from all sides, slow, calm, and eerily unnatural in their very presence. Even the wolf felt that something was wrong. The group was encircled by coordinated snake movements. Although the snakes were threateningly close, they had not yet shown intent to kill, but their unnatural behavior deepened the suspicions. He suspected, The snakes were not acting on their own, someone powerful was controlling their movements. The snakes responded unnaturally. A deep voice echoed and showed that behind their hostile organization there was understanding and sensitivity. Their controller called himself Nidhogg the Dragon King and vowed to plunge the world into ruin. Mythog, an ancient Dragon King, suddenly appeared before Menace and without any reason declared war on him. Minas and his allies froze in place. The numerous heads of Nidhogg surrounded them and radiated a devastating, deadly threat. Nidhogg was reborn again of terrible power and declared that in this world there was nothing left capable of challenging him, not even heroes. Nidhogg swore to destroy the fairy kingdom and mercilessly ruin the sacred world tree. Surrounded by despair, Minas's group refused to surrender even when Nidhogg proclaimed that humanity's resistance was worth absolutely nothing. Nidhogg thundered through the forest with a thunderous roar demanding submission, and his name echoed in the air like thunder. The serpent heads screeched at the people, promising death and destruction with terrifying, merciless certainty. Seeing that the threat was real, the warrior deduced, Nidhogg used his serpentine ones to declare war. The fairy kingdom burned. Nidhogg began the attack exactly as the game scenario had predicted. Fold watched the chaos unfold and involuntarily shuddered. She was fully aware that she was still too weak to fight. Miko Rin left home to become stronger. Her fate was now tied to victory over Nidhogg, the tyrant. In the original game, Nidhogg was her final trial, but in this timeline everything had already gone differently. Miko Rin was unprepared, and Minus's death forced the boss's events to start much earlier. When both Miko Rin and Alex proved too weak, the assault of Nidhogg brought almost certain doom for humanity. But Nidhogg made a fatal mistake. In his war, he ignored a hidden variable that continued to move in the shadows. He only calmly smiled and declared, "This war of Nidhogg is not just against humanity, but against himself." Mocking the dragon's arrogance, he called Nidhoggamir a minor boss, one who tries to climb above his own rank. For him, this whole world was a game, and only he could decide when it would end. The Hydra heads roared in fury, their bloodthirstiness boiling until the clash reached its climax. His gaze did not waver even once when they challenged his authority. It meant only one thing for them: the end. With a calm gesture, he signaled Primo, his partner, to take on the approaching Hydras. Without any hesitation, Primo unleashed devastating magic, and in seconds pierced each serpent with precise force. Primo smiled innocently, declaring the end, while others froze in shock at her terrible hidden power. Although the forest was cut down, the global event did not stop, and a whole swarm of snakes shimmered and crawled out of it. He stared at the fallen beasts and firmly declared that he would personally crush everything that dared to encroach on his world. He ordered Primo to cover Miko Rin's ears and establish contact with the elite demonic princes. With grim authority, he gave the order for total war. Princes destroy every serpent without mercy. In a moment, the forest trembled. Roar, the beast that appeared from another edge, began to prepare for battle. Birds, wolves, and monsters moved together unnaturally. Miko Rin feared that this was ignited by the influence of Nidhogg. He quietly weighed in his thoughts. Had they been too harsh when they brought the demon prince onto the stage, sitting in the front row? Miko Rin dashed forward, determined to resolutely defend the fairy country, no matter what her allies said. Others tried to restrain her. They feared she would die if she fought Nidhogg in his current strength. She shouted that the fairy kingdom was her home, so she could not just sit out and wait. Before she could reveal her true identity, she was stopped, silenced, and ordered not to put on these performances. Disdainfully but quickly, he informed that there was no time left for emotional speeches or long explanations. He reminded them this world was not turn-based. The event unfolded in real time without any pauses. Promising safety, he confidently smiled just before new snakes appeared, and this instantly threw the girls into panic. As the monsters crawled closer, panic surged like a wave, but suddenly they vanished into the shadows beneath his feet. He calmly explained it was his skill to safely hide 3 girls in his shadow. When preparations were complete, he returned to Miko Rin and announced that they would set off to the land of the Fae. Miko Rin was stunned. He did not stop her, calmly asked why she had appeared at all. He explained that her will could not be broken. She would go anyway no matter what happened, because that was who she was. He gently called her by name, Macaulay Spinkart, the girl who never gives up and never hides. The fire in her eyes, and she smiled, refusing to wait until her home was attacked. With determination rekindled, he called Primo. They had already moved before the window closed again. With a magical spell, Primo summoned a carriage plush, rounded and surprisingly unexpected in design. She grabbed Miko Rin and dashed aboard, announcing departure before anyone could question her logic. He casually stated that princesses need carriages. Miko Rin was even more bewildered by the sudden appearance of this magical thing. Primo proudly declared that she had gathered it with her own hands, and he assured them it would not travel on the ground. But instead their carriage soared into the sky. It was pulled by a winged creature that glowed with a divine presence. Miko Rin panicked as soon as she recognized the dog. In one night it had not only grown up, it had truly grown to gigantic proportions. Calmly he reminded her, "This is not a dream. Everything happening now is real, completely real." Smiling, he told them to hold on tight. The carriage, resembling a bubble, was already ready for launch. The wings flapped strongly as the carriage shot upward. Shocked, Miko Rin froze, silent and with wide-open eyes. Above the clouds he rose, smiled. The dragon hunt was already waiting, and they would arrive by dusk. A giant twisted tree marked the center of the battlefield, and the ancient zone this was where the real struggle began. A young fairy warrior with a spear in hand approached the sacred border of the fairy kingdom. Childhood memories overwhelmed her as the fields bloomed endlessly. Petals swirled, and laughter echoed in the air. There beside the mother of Nichols, she learned the truth. The world tree was slowly losing its power. Nicola anxiously asked if the flowers would disappear forever, and her mother tried to give her reliable reassurance. Firmly nestled against maternal warmth, Mickley smiled her dream of the future they would still share together. The mother's smile, soft and warm, confirmed Nichols' hope was not a fleeting delusion. Suddenly she was thrown off. Nicola only managed to gasp in amazement when familiar faces appeared and sharply pulled her from thoughts into urgent reality. The boy calmed her panic, promising they would reach the world trees safely.
A playful argument breaks out in the company, whether to pick the fruits while they are still unripe or wait for full ripeness, so
This sacred place, untouched and alive under mighty canopies, was revered as the elven paradise. Flying over the valley, on Mycola's side the relief remained untouched, both the pink hearts and the trunks. The mysterious boy sends a future conflict, preparing to face it from the very beginning. Their magical carriage plunged downward precisely at the moment when a critical event in the game was about to unfold. The spell meant to stabilize their flying carriage faltered, and the whole company tumbled inside as the confusion grew. In haste, he raised wind magic updraft, trying to regain control, but disaster had already struck the entire group. Chaos erupted. How did he manage to cast level 6 when the limit was level 5? Michaelis extracted answers from him. He recoiled and declared that he knew nothing, diverting the conversation away from the very impossibility of using wind magic. Tension within the group grew. Everyone closed ranks and froze in anticipation as the crew jerked sharply again in the air. He commanded Glacia to speed up. Meekly trembled from the jerk, and the beast obediently followed the order without any hesitation or doubt. Rushing to the palace, they suddenly remembered the deadly barrier it guarded. A collision seemed inevitable. Wasting no time, he ordered Primo to destroy the palace's magical barrier. Primo fired a powerful flash. Explosions tore the sky and completely erased the barrier. The protective shell around the palace crumbled. The magical construct cracked from the sudden impact. Mickley was frightened, but the boy waved off her fears, smiling as if nothing had happened. Primo stated that the explosion destroyed everything, and the fact that the world tree survived seemed almost miraculous. In despair, he shouted, and Mickley demanded answers, unable to comprehend the logic of their chaotic mission. Their appearance in the palace triggered panic. Guards rushed outside, mistaking them for hostile aliens. Under the gaze of the royal sorcerers, the group quickly understood the main point. There were many more of them, yet they themselves found themselves in the minority. Having entered peacefully, they did not get a second of rest from the guards. They remained aggressive, and the declaration of war was like a blow that would not let go and kept them on edge. Suddenly, cursed arrows flew at him, those that explode on impact, with terrifying accuracy and devastating power. The explosion rose with incredible force, but the smoke cleared and he stood unharmed, his hand raised confidently. He appeared unscathed, mocking their attempts, as if these attacks were useless against his colossal strength and mere presence. Under the shadow, wrapped from head to toe in an aura trail, he revealed his identity, a creature of the invulnerable final boss class. With a smile, he prepared for a counterattack. Activated dark magic level 9 while the aura recharged again. Gravity magic came to the rescue. He broke the guards and forced them to fall to their knees, motionless, without any ability to move. In fury, Mikels rushed at him and began demanding answers, accusing him of pretending to be a villain. During the clash, the guard recognized her and immediately fell silent. They believed the lost princess had vanished from the kingdom forever. When the tension broke its limits, a commanding voice made everyone hold their breath, and forward stepped a majestic figure bearing absolute power. Every second they bent to their knees. Only footsteps echoed, while the mysterious woman demanded loyalty and at the same time sowed cautious fear. The mystical Queen Pinkheart from the land of Fae met them on the spot and inquisitively asked their purpose, as if before her were suspicious, hostile aliens. Mikola quietly called the queen, unsure if her mother would recognize her now. The boy silently watched their meeting, mentally noting. The queen's cold presence held not a drop of warmth. The trio reached the royal court, and their bold appearance subtly but clearly outlined tension around them. The queen confirmed. They came to fight Nodog themselves, and even Nodog was struck by their reckless determination. Miko Rin trembled, standing opposite the queen, her estranged mother after fleeing the kingdom in a bitter conflict. The man seized the moment, mocking the queen and proclaiming royal authority. The visitor's fierce discontent drowned out everything around, yet the queen remained calm, hiding her emotions behind a composed, watchful gaze. He arrogantly feigned innocence in response to their outrage, mocking their anger as if it were a trivial formality without any weight. Puzzled, he looked inquisitively at their hostility, not understanding that his own actions only repeated the bad manner of a malicious tyrant. His senseless arrogance escalated the tension, and Primo's threat further crushed the hostility in the room. The guards, flaring with rage, raised their weapons, but instead of striking, they gave the team a pause and restrained the assault to stop it. The queen rose coldly, rejected their offer, and declared that her help was neither needed nor desired. Mikali desperately rushed forward and began to beg the queen not to drive them away again. She resolutely and sincerely begged the queen to listen to her before making a final decision. The queen coldly brushed off their words and declared that there was no time for foolish distractions or emotional pleas. Mykola passionately defended her mission, while her companions dismissed it with frivolous, unserious remarks. Despite her cries, the queen firmly cut off the conversation and refused to accept any help from outside. The queen sharply struck the ground with her scepter and stepped forward to announce, "Mikkels will stand in the way of their attempts." She warned that protecting Mikali would require lives. Their constructions would be destroyed, and her elite soldiers would be at risk. Spreading her arms, the queen asked whether Mikali's sacrifice justified his weapon and whether loyal warriors died for it. She again rejected their offer, firmly stating, "The presence of Mykola is neither needed nor desired." Coldly and unequivocally, the queen ordered her to leave, silencing all protests with a single word. The queen raised an eyebrow at his audacity, was struck by how openly he voiced the threat. He decisively explained, "This is not her fight, and her soldiers have no place. Harathi dare not interfere." She addressed mockingly, was it a real threat or just a child's warning? She was not thrown off tone. He confirmed everything. It was a threat, and he proclaimed his dominance with icy confidence, unwavering and clear. He warned, if they dared to intervene, even the elves would crush them like empty obstacles. He smiled ominously and solemnly declared, "If they intervene, all will fall along with the monsters." Ignoring them, he ordered immediate evacuation. Against Nidhogg he was powerless, no matter how many gathered. When accused of arrogance, he calmly brushed it off, saying it was not pride but confidence, and he knew absolutely everything. Recalling the game's plot, he firmly predicted, Queen Mysteria would die in the coming catastrophe. The queen calmly accepted her fate, boasting of her own strength and mockingly throwing that Nidhogg was beneath her level. He seemed knocked off his feet. The world did not even suspect that SS rank monsters like Nidhogg could even exist. Only fighters with SS rank could stop Nidhogg, and Queen Mysteria's level meant a quick death for her. Despite everything, she stood straight, ready to die for her kingdom and for the whole world. They both met each other's gaze and without words decided they would protect what they loved, no matter the cost. With her last words, the queen ended the conversation and went to meet her fate. Before leaving, the queen asked him to restrain Michalis from acting on an emotional impulse. It was a painful farewell, and the queen disappeared behind the door, leaving only silence behind. He realized, both women loved, but were clumsy in feelings, constantly hurting while trying to protect themselves. He predicted that the inevitable death of Mysteria would finally break Michalis, just like in the original game story. Crying over her dead mother, Michalis screamed in despair, unable to come to terms with the loss. The fear that had already settled in Mikli became even stronger. Her grief pushed her to terrible, completely new heights. And for him, this tragic future looked empty, too gloomy to be satisfied with. He firmly decided and swore to change fate to leave only a good ending in it. He entrusted Primo with the defense of the palace, despite how she trembles from the sharp-tongued elves. Although Nidhogg cannot be defeated, he believed, with her the palace would be safe. To defeat Nidhogg and reach the best ending, the presence of Mikalis was absolutely necessary. Not finding her, he recalled a familiar place that grew out of her childhood struggles. He immediately realized she ended up in the same location with memory limitation exactly like in the game. A disguised ally arrived and warned. After gathering strength, Nidhogg's attack would come very soon. Deploying the kingdom against the serpents would make them vulnerable to a sudden strike with the full force of Nidhogg. He insisted Nidhogg must not be released because otherwise he would return each time even stronger and it would continue forever. The Mythog fought cunningly, treacherously, and unfairly with dirty tricks that even experienced allies like Ophir and Primo began to betray in battle. With regeneration, invulnerability, and teleportation, Nidhogg was almost impossible to kill, especially thanks to survival instincts. Despite everything, he stepped forward. The cloak fluttered, and he vowed with his own hand to bring the Dragon King to the end. His loyal follower trembled, for he finally witnessed how the master released his long-hidden true form. The strategist barely smiled. The hostile advance had already been calculated. Whispering, he laid out the plan, and only Ophir heard every word. He again told Ophir the exact time. Their coordination would decide how the battle would end. Confident in the loyalty of his subordinates, he moved forward. Victory depended on each one on a perfectly executed step. Miko quietly stood in the hidden forest shelter and could not understand why her heart felt like a heavy burden. She raised her eyes to the sacred tree, recalling the vow, the burden she once swore to bear. A sudden rustle broke her silence. From behind the trees emerged a passerby in a cloak, casually brushing off branches as if removing a curtain from himself. The man spoke as if he had known her for a long time. He told her about secrets, including a place she believed was known only to herself. She compressed her demands to him into one short phrase answer. But he rejected any sentimentality, hinting that this visit had another purpose, not consolation. Then he firmly stated the urgent need to return, and revealing preparations, mentioned an inevitable threat, the name Nidhogg. Miko refused. She decided that her presence was useless and that her mother's doubts were entirely justified. She told how she had trained for years, yet even now her mother still did not consider her worthy of battle. Although she left home to become stronger, her efforts never gained recognition from her mother. Bursting into anger, she asked at least for comfort, but he remained cold and insisted they should skip the conversation about feelings. Miko jerked sharply in frustration. Indifference painfully struck him, and he awkwardly tried to toss out a few empty words of reassurance. She abruptly turned away and declared that she was not wanted, while he inside equated her with programmed behavior in a game. Having reconciled with defeat, he finally realized he is not the protagonist and cannot know what she needs most at this moment. A sudden roar tore the silence. He recognized the familiar trembling. The arrival of Nidhogg had already begun. Wings cut through the sky, and a huge figure abruptly descended from above. The battle had already started. The Dragon King Nidhogg descended and declared that he intended to mercilessly annihilate the world. Miko nervously watched as Nidhogg's wings rose above him. His shadow covered the distant royal city. She tried to rationally justify her own safety behind the restored barrier, confidently believing that her mother's kingdom would hold. But he only shook his head and explained. Nidhogg's power exceeded all expectations. The barrier created for a ranks would not hold. Before Miko could react, Nidhogg struck the barrier and it cracked under the merciless force of SS rank. Nidhogg burst out of the fiery flash, tearing the sky apart, while Miko froze in shocked, unbelieving stupor.
His companion immediately interrupts the conversation, pleadingly asking him to abandon the reckless idea of growth.
The raging flood of dragons surged across the landscape, shaking the earth with relentless fury. Miko froze as Nidhogg flew piercingly overhead. Each wingbeat drowned out the cries of the burning forests. Understanding that the world tree and its people were doomed, she helplessly sank down and silently broke. When the world tree caught fire, they realized the true hero who was supposed to save them had disappeared. When the storm winds roared, Miko tightly clenched her glove. She recognized this moment as their only chance. He reached out his hand to her palm and firmly declared Their goal was to fight Nidhogg. The only question was whether they were ready. Frightened, Miko resisted, denied, and could not make herself believe. Against such a devastating advantage, they had no chance left. She was overwhelmed by fear and doubts. Miko choked on a scream, convinced that she simply did not have the strength to keep fighting. She broke down and confessed. Her pride was hidden in valuable papers. Next to him, she felt worthless. He grabbed her hand and pressed her to himself. Everything she loved flared up in an inner flame, and now she had irreversibly abandoned it. Torn by guilt and fear, Miko admitted. She could not stand aside, yet she still hesitated. She panicked because she feared that her presence would cost lives, and the harsh expectations of her mother did not let go. She is crying. She refused to go. If her mother died, she would never forgive herself. Miko turned away, stunned by defeat, and stubbornly held to her view. Going with him only meant interfering and slowing down. He agreed coldly, causing Miko to sob with tears, then playfully threw her, teasing her weakness and not holding back. When it was said to her face, Miko flinched from shock. His harsh honesty strangely drew her back. He declared that only he could judge her dignity and did not let her fall into despair. For him, the world was a game. Only he decided who would fight and who would not. He explained that Miko had a decisive role to change fate and prevent the destruction of the world. And again he stared into her eyes, saying directly, she was needed by him to survive. Miko tried to show she was holding on, but tears betrayed her. The words hit him straight in her heart. He was embarrassed. His attempt to inspire her unexpectedly brought her to tears and gave no comfort. Having no time, he picked her up in his arms and decided they would follow his path. Confused in thoughts and awkwardly grasping for words, Miko demanded explanations while he calmly explained. This was the princess's nature. With mischievous cunning, he declared that she was being kidnapped because time would not wait for her. He quieted her panic and, looking intently into her eyes, made it clear. She needed to stop hesitating and trust his steps ahead. Despite her protests, he rushed forward and declared that the tears were over. The mission had begun. Smiling in flight, he confidently shouted that they would fulfill her long-standing dream. And now, finally, everything would come together to be realized together. A powerful wave of flame covers the forest. He flies headlong down and carries her to where there is safety. He reassuringly assures her, and without any hesitation throws himself into the fiery hell, fully covering her. A magical creature responds to the call. They climb onto its back and break out into the open sky. The beast rises in the sky above the burning land, and the ally below notices them and calls out joyfully. They land safely. The girl proudly reports that she held the castle's defense, although everything got a bit out of control. The archers release freezing arrows into the sky. Preparing the attack, tension covers the entire battlefield. The elven sorceress calls upon mighty light magic. First, she directs the energy evenly and calmly, then instantly unleashes her strongest divine spell. A dazzling flash cuts through the air. Mid-flight, the deafening magical force knocks the senses out of the black dragon. The dragon wildly tears back, smashing barriers, while the sorceress desperately tries to hold her spell under unimaginable pressure. The spell cracks and shatters. The mages fall to the ground, exhausted to the limit. She still holds on by willpower, gasping for air. That's it, she has no strength left. Mickley runs through the battlefield, twitching in the rhythm of each step, and her voice breaks from what she sees her mother, wounded, falls, and no longer has strength. She manages, catches her fading mother, holds her tightly in her arms. Panic overwhelms her like a wave, mixed with shock and complete disbelief at what she sees. The queen admits she underestimated the power of Nidhogg, but even as her grip weakens, the danger still hangs over them like a sword over the throat. Despite protests, the mother urges Mikkeli's to run and survive, and all hope rests on her daughter. Nethug watches their connection closely from above, smiling as if it is entertainment, but deep down confident it will all end in failure. Nidhogg mocks love, justice, and any strategy, insisting that in a real fight only raw strength matters. He despises human weakness, roars with incredible power, and prepares to wipe off the face of the earth all who stand below. The flame of death bursts upward without any obstacles, and every elf and every low-level man is doomed to die. But the hero intercepts the very first spell, disrupts the summon of slimes, and they explode right on Nidhogg, instantly breaking his concentration during casting. Although Nidhogg's strike is deadly, he needs time to recharge. The invisible slime strikes and Nidhogg teleports away, completely confused. Barely smiling confidently, he explains that the slimes disrupted Nidhogg's flame even before it could activate. Mocking Nidhogg's ideology, he decides to intercept the same phrase but now with much greater control. Stunned, Nidhogg demands to be named. The hero only smiles. The dragon's sudden insecurity amuses him. He simply states that he is only the final boss. The mighty dragon falters and becomes wary. Bar in his teeth, he clarifies that he is the strongest in the world. His insult drives Nidhogg into a rage of assault. He launches even more slugs at Nidhogg, mocking his attack rhythm, saying it doesn't work, and the strategy is already outdated. Despite the strangling, Nidhogg refuses defeat. He declares that human resistance is futile and unworthy of his challenge. Nidhogg, in a fit of rage, promises destruction, swears revenge, and directs his fury at the sacred world tree. With terrible speed, the dragon rises upward into the sky. Everyone freezes, and death, like an arrow, flies straight to the heights. Calmly watching, the hero accepts the inevitable. He utters, "The end of the world tree has already begun." Macaulay panics until her mother coughs up blood and begs her not to speak further. The queen mourns Macaulay's return, preferring that he stay far from the battlefield and all its torments. Tears flow as Macaulay finally admits the truth. She did not return by order. She came to protect her mother. The queen barely smiles, gently calling her a silly child, and recognizes the same heart in herself. On her last breath, she whispers the truth. She also just wanted to protect Macaulay. With tears in her eyes, she apologizes with all sincerity. She only wanted her daughter to live a peaceful life. Blood splashes as she begs once more. The Macaulays must survive no matter what happens now. Macaulay tightly holds her, not accepting death, while the mother hoarsely calls, "My precious daughter." Gasping, the queen begs the hero, "Protect Macaulay and run while it's still not too late." Without moving, the hero sharply refuses the queen's last request and shifts the responsibility as if he doesn't care. He smiles fiercely at Macaulay's, "Why run? This is a boss fight and the real fun is just beginning." He is annoyed that he is scolding them for panic. One dragon is no reason to prepare for the worst. A radiant elixir pours over her, and he solemnly declares that he will determine what ending they ultimately get. The queen wakes fully restored. Macaulay and others freeze in shock, but at the same time burst with incredible joy. The potion works too well. Her skin shines as if engraved with light, and he, among other things, praises the elixir for its beauty and how it works. The elves laugh with happiness. Mysteria is alive. The hero is already preparing to act again and throws aside what has become unnecessary. He proclaims power over fate and rewrites the very doom, so Mysteria admits. She survived, yet still doubts whether Nidhogg will overcome it on his own. Despite years of preparation, everyone understands perfectly. Humans are not capable of defeating dragons no matter how diligently they train. The hero playfully agrees, but the despair on their face reveals how serious everything is, and how unexpectedly thrilling it becomes. He only laughs and emphasizes, that is exactly why they are so happy, because they can truly lose. The former final boss smiled coldly. He already knew that now the end of the game no longer belonged to him. Without the protagonist, he took full control and reshaped the world as he wished. Suddenly, huge white snakes broke through the city wall. The royal guard moved to action moment by moment. The thief, as if it was planned, calmly gave orders. His forces were already ready and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The loyal servant rushed into battle and unleashed devastating attacks, wiping out invading monsters on the spot to prove his impeccable loyalty to his master. The white snakes twisted fiercely, and thick tree branches stubbornly sprouted from inside their bodies. The soldiers froze in disbelief when right before their eyes, the monster snakes turned into trees. The transformation happened because the seed planted by Opter wildly and madly sprouted inside the snake's flesh. Nidhogg calculated the invasion route in advance, and the climactic move of Operator immediately activated at full power. But he smiled coldly. He knew strategy alone was worthless against the devastating, insurmountable raw force. When the battlefield quieted, he announced the next phase. The final boss was already being rushed forward. He called Miko Rin to join him. He stepped forward and made the others freeze in shock at his decision. Without hesitation, Miko Rin grabbed the maternal staff and resolutely went into battle alone. The mother panicked. She sensed the threat in advance, yet even she failed to wound the beast. In a frantic scream, the queen gave a terrible warning to her daughter. This battle leads only to inevitable death. Mykola finally managed to hug his mother, sincerely apologizing for the harsh words once thrown in childish anger. She trembled with fear and lacked certainty, but she believed. This was her mission, and only she must fulfill it. She promised to fulfill her mother's dream and smiled brightly, uttering a final farewell of goodbye. Without hesitating for a second, she rushed onto the battlefield. Flames rose upward, and the mother shouted after her. Despite the fear, the mother silently watched her with her gaze, realizing the daughter had chosen this very path. Mikolai's boldly teased him, pressing with demands. Let him fix everything if their reckless plan goes awry. He responded with a nod fist to fist, and silently promised that she would still see those flowers. The vision of a peaceful future gave Hope a promise firmly tied to the world tree. The mother smiled gently, hiding her fear, and vowed to join him as soon as peace returned. With innocent but unwavering determination, the young girl proclaimed the mission herself to save the world tree. Clenching her fists, she vowed to strike the dragon and heal the world tree. With joy and determination, the girl stood before the sacred tree, voicing her dearest wish. Old and already settled, she loudly declared her goal to fill the whole world with flowers. Nidhogg confirmed each position and unhurriedly ordered the allies to move to the final strategy. Even those eager to fight were ordered to hold back. They were unsettled by the softer mission. This time Nidhogg himself chose destruction, assigning the allies defense and future restoration work. She bowed low, shining with a smile, and wished her master a safe return from the upcoming battle. He stood alone before the battlefield finally, when it could no longer be postponed, preparing for the chaos that was about to be unleashed. Loss rose within him again, drawing out memories stirred by another's grief, and echoed with pain the same pain he once endured. Before his eyes appeared his mother's death in the smallest details, how his strength drained away and how his worldview support broke. Humiliated and powerless, he first woke beside a bloodied girl and became the demon Lord Menace. Bereft from loss, he rejected mercy, considering strength the only way to survive, and seized power by force. Shaking his hand, he activated a long forbidden technique and tore his own power from the seal. Coldly raising his gaze, he activated a full-limit break and released all skills at once, in a single strike. Vile creatures surged from the shadows. As soon as he stepped forward, the final confrontation awaited ahead. Dark claws reached for him, but he did not flinch. He was accustomed to the abyss. Covered in demons, he accepted his role. Not a hero, but the always necessary evil. He no longer believed in redemption, only in unplanned, incomparable, devastating chaos wrought by irreversible transformation. The fragility of tyranny, greed, and the surge of power traits all that he embraced, in every category far surpassed the dragon. Without any hesitation, he declared, "His name is neither hero nor messiah, but the final boss." His face twisted. The transformation was complete, and for the first time he saw chaos with a monstrous, toothy grin. Fully awakened, Demon Lord Menace spread his wings and announced this is the true beginning of his bloody rampage. Minus began Phase 2. The destruction of the world tree must unfold without resistance and without delay. Descending to inspect the prey, he encountered not what he expected. Overly lush forests, untouched greenery that does not wither, it thrives instead of falling. In a moment, the trees struck back, piercing all his snakes. His powers were completely broken, without any human intervention. Confused and frightened, Mina's turned to the dark figure. Its presence was unfamiliar to him, yet still scared him painfully with a familiar appearance. Without hesitation, Mina's unleashed a fiery attack, throwing out fiery breath to immediately erase this new unpredictable threat. Mina noticed a person right in the very hell, and could not understand how they ended up inside the dragonfire domain at all. He did not lose confidence, firmly believing that nothing would survive in his flame, not even the strongest human spells. But she calmly raised her hand, and without any doubt, with lethal intent, summoned higher magic. Casting 10th level water magic, she released Absolute Zero, a devastating spell that instantly stopped everything. When the light engulfed him, Mina froze in disbelief. The flame vanished, and it seemed as if that chase had never happened at all. The dragon understood. The flame was not extinguished by wind or water, it simply disappeared unnaturally, instantly. In one frozen moment, the warmth surrendered itself to silence. The lush flame of Mina's was crushed under the pressure of relentless cold. The crack confirmed everything itself. His wings were already covered with ice. Panic rustled beneath the deathly calm, dispassionate gaze of the reptile. In despair, he surged upward, flared up again, but the cold force strangled the fire, not allowing it to grow. Slowly descending, the winged sorceress emerged fierce, focused, and not stopped in the slightest. Her powers continued to grow rapidly. The demon grinned confidently, and even his single appearance compressed the air with a furious aura. as if Mina's was rooted to the spot and could not move. Time seemed to freeze while Mina's watched intently. He held his breath, and he was pierced. The power was such that it went far beyond his understanding. Calmly, the demon promised to explain why this battle was lost even before it had begun. He deliberately pointed to the one and only reason for Mina's defeat, and now stood against him. Minas shuddered as soon as the realization came. He had underestimated the man who had not even started fighting seriously yet. Minas analyzed the form and writing, and a feeling flared in his eyes. This man far surpasses other human fighters. But still he held on to faith. People are weak dragons, and supremacy is based on strength and lineage. In fury, Minas rushed forward, as if bound by his own oath of revenge for the insult to the greatness of the Supreme Dragon King. When the fire did not work, Minas struck with brute force. He rushed forward to tear the enemy to pieces. The man drew his sword, and, invoking sword art 10th level, performed a dimension rend, cutting even beyond the boundaries of physical reality. Minas rushed forward with all his strength, but just before the strike suddenly froze, his body no longer obeyed and did not move a step. The strike was not visible to the eyes, but blood already gushed out. The body recognized the wound earlier than the mind could realize. The attack bypassed the defense. It cut through both pride and flesh. Minas fell into panic. The inability to change anything took his breath away. The demon smiled and proposed a game, turning twisted mercy into a cruel, mocking mask. He froze briefly. If Minas had managed to hit, he would have been allowed to SC. Enraged, Minos rushed forward, pleadingly calling the demon Pune to deliver the final devastating blow. Unconsciousness and a clear strike that means we need to disguise ourselves to strike and touch his pride, relying on this one thing. The demon calmly parried, releasing axe art. 10th level Q to Gray, an inevitable devastating strike from top to bottom. Mina flew into the ground stunned. Despite flawless defense, he was completely shattered right in the air. The demon gently mocked, then apologized and sincerely asked if his dignity would have been saved if he had not fought Mina's. Realizing that in close combat he was at a disadvantage, Mines retreated. He took off, dodged with insanely fast maneuvers, and then unleashed a barrage of flames. His roar was a blaze of death. The field was devoured. The distance was tearing apart. The breakthrough seemed very close, along with the destruction around. Showing no sign of agitation, the demon prepared Boart a level 10 technique, another high-level move powered by moonlight. With refined precision, he took from the bowstring a single arrow crescent moon, charged with piercing divine energy. The arrow instantly pierced the air and struck Minas's body. The flame was cut off, and the scream faded into an icy, final silence. Minas watched with disbelief as his flame of death evaporated, while the demon remained completely unharmed. Hovering above him, the demon softly smiled and asked if their warm-up was finally over.
And the decoration is a true wonder of alchemy. It is made from slime jelly, troll fat, and pigments extracted from...
Minas realized with horror, the creature before him was not human. It was only skillfully pretending. At that very moment, he accepted the truth, the power that drives logic, pushes scale, and gives meaning to everything. Minas stared into the abyss of the demon's power and could not comprehend what exactly stood before her. The demon lord appeared before the Dragon King and, mocking his fear, declared, "The battle is almost over." With a malicious grimace, the smile twisted his words. He provoked further, forcing the Dragon King to fight, even though he had already lost. He offered himself mutilation, and by this humiliated himself even more, while the Dragon King panicked and tried to break free from the fight. In despair, the Dragon King proposed an alliance, promising half the world just to avoid inevitable defeat. The demon lord listened silently. His calm face seemed to welcome the colossal advantage he still held in his hands. The Dragon King trembled while the demon lord interrogated him and ordered silence, ignoring his desperate pleas. The demon lord tore a cold gaze and continued to mock, forbidding both mercy and tearful negotiations. He declared that the role of the Dragon King was insignificant. He existed only as entertainment for his cruel self-satisfaction. The Dragon King suddenly realized. He was spared only temporarily. He was alive for amusement under relentless cruelty. Despair consumed him completely. He knew for sure against ordinary heroes he might still have chances, but this monster meant hopelessness. The demon lord proclaimed the world his game, revealing that everything in it belonged only to him. Raising his hand indulgently, he accepted the weakness of the Dragon King and aimed at decisive actions. With a sinister smile, he promised death. Invoking a gloomy spell, it spread across the sky. The Dragon King panicked. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he suddenly realized that the scale of destruction about to engulf everything was. Countless magical circles stained the heavens, forging his fate under an irresistible, all-encompassing annihilation from above. The Dragon King recognized these heavenly circles' legendary spells that demanded impossible power, and now summoned them effortlessly right above himself. Despair only deepened. This was divine power, a platform for a god who holds strength and blasphemous destruction. Demon Lord Minos revealed his second form. Announcing his main move, Birth didn't even manage to finish his line. So with colossal power, he unleashed Apocalypse Noah, devouring the Dragon King in the devastating whirlwind of merciless extermination. Far away, witnesses raised their heads and froze. Divine rays tore through the sky, leaving behind total ruin. Beneath the gigantic circles stood the followers. Breathing on the reverse side, divine power flowed endlessly across the sky. They acknowledged the insignificance of Nidhogg and praised the might of their lord. It proved boundless against such a pathetic opponent. He lamented the unfortunate events, but the girl sharply reminded him. The master explicitly demanded a personal victory. She mentally swayed between suspicion and truth, whether their master needed this battle only to defeat the enemy himself. Watching closely, she smiled. In this battle, the Lord of Demons fought terribly, yet playfully at the same time, an excessively wild power. She noted, the second form of the master usually comes at the cost of pain, but now he looked determined. Looking intently upward, she sincerely believed. He fought voluntarily. He chose this clash out of his own desire. When asked, she laughed amusingly and declared that instincts alone are enough to feel the true intentions of her master. With a bright smile, she announced that she is the oldest and closest companion of the master from the very beginning. His other servant boldly objected, emphasizing, "Trust and responsibility come above all, so loyalty is more important than history." Meanwhile, the two servants loudly quarreled, competing for seniority, mission, and recognition of their own loyalty. Meanwhile, the demon Lord Minos tore apart Noah's apocalypse in the sky, and the power of every hostile creature turned to nothing. The attack broke resistance, stopped healing and protection, embodying the most destructive technique from Rizna. Overwhelmed, the Dragon King questioned Minos's power, which was called impossible, trembling before such terrible arrogance. Finally, acknowledging hopelessness, the Dragon King surrendered, pressed to defeat before the power that proved insurmountable. The Dragon King revealed a hidden exit. He cast Dimension Door to slip away from devastating death. He was sure the escape would succeed. If he reached the portal before Minos's destructive magic erased everything without a trace. The portal worked on time. He slipped through it before Apocalypse could destroy his magical points. Announcing his retreat, the Dragon King tried to flee. His wings flapped convulsively and frequently, and he was desperate for freedom. But Minos snapped her fingers. The portal instantly shattered, cutting off both the escape and the last hope. Stunned, the Dragon King immediately realized his escape was utterly destroyed, and his thoughts were overwhelmed by complete confusion. Mina mocked him, calling him a slippery cockroach, and emphasizing that stubborn rescue, even despite hopeless chances, was still meaningless. With eerie pleasure, Mina sealed Dimension Door, declaring that there would be no escape from the final confrontation. The Dragon King screamed in panic. Horror overwhelmed him like a wave, for now he could no longer flee. But as soon as his HP stopped at 1, a passive defensive skill boosted his defense to the maximum, and this shook Minos's victory. Minos revealed a hidden trump card, a skill to execute monsters capable of bypassing even the highest defenses. With a crooked smile, he prepared the final blow, proclaiming that the end of the Dragon King was inevitable. Her companion confidently stepped alongside her beast, ready to help carry out Minos's merciless order. Miko Rin receives the task, to hide with Glazia, using invisibility while the battle unfolds. Their ally devises a plan to immobilize Nidhogg's teleportation and drive him into retreat. They try to lure Nidhogg during his escape, hoping to extract key information from his confusion. OQ Miko Rin mounts the flying creature and activates magic. The transformation flashes almost immediately. In magical attire, Miko Rin rises into the air and approaches, while Nidhogg reacts too late. Miko Rin suddenly crashes forward with force and radiance, stunning the dragon unexpectedly in the midst of the attack. Her confidence shudders as fear creeps into her soul, and doubt firmly shackles her trembling body in the air. Riding her monster, Miko Rin doubts her own worth. Fear overwhelms her, and the dragon's strength weighs like a stone. Turning her thoughts to Medi's solo fight, She puzzles over how he finds the strength to face the enemy alone. Their gazes silently meet. His resolve is unwavering, her look seeks answers, and in his eyes burns hope and hidden power. The heart responds with a voice it confidently reminds her. She is needed and no longer alone. Relying on memories, she vows to gain strength and protect everyone she carries in her heart. With unwavering determination, she proclaims, her magic is her own, powerful enough to fulfill her dreams. He urges her to challenge fate itself and commands to rewrite the destined storyline completely. Burning with resolve, she boldly bursts into attack. Dreams flare up, fueling her magical power. Miko Rin unleashes her strongest attack, directing her entire world into a powerful star cannon sight. The beam tears forward, swirling with magic and stars, and flies straight into the dragon's chest. His signature skill breaks Nidhogg's defense. Now even weak magic can hit him accurately. With a single point of life left, Nidhogg becomes vulnerable. Miko Rin already knows. He cannot be stopped. The final blow lands. As Nidhogg falls, the last words echo, game over. The beam pierces Nidhogg's chest through the cracks, and the Lightbearer tears his body from within. His form wavers in the air. Stunned by defeat, she cannot comprehend the senseless final strike. He crashes into the ground with furious force, ripping the forest with a crater along with the last thunderous shock. Miko Rin silently observes, still processing what happened, while their ally calmly returns to her. Widening her eyes, she confirms the truth. They won and together triumphed in this game. She feels both ashamed and proud at the same time. Miko Rin confidently asserts that she has grown, although she is already trembling from the compliments. Distant observers freeze in amazement and suddenly realize she truly defeated Nidhogg, so all their hopes were not in vain. The villagers erupt in celebration, choking with joy. The terrible threat of the dragon has passed. Smiles and laughter flow freely as peace returns, and their victory finally becomes a shared reality. Together they watch the dawn, knowing for sure the end of this battle means the beginning of something new. The sun rose over the quiet lands. They survived fate and saw a new beginning. But he did not stop. He made it clear that his plan is not yet finished, and more awaits ahead. Two stood under the sacred tree, ready to continue carving their own perfect ending. Under the old sacred tree, she moved together with him and suddenly again lost her head to a memory that long-forgotten childhood warmth. She quietly whispered in her thoughts how she once came here with her mother when the world seemed kinder. Her magical appearance suddenly broke, and her true likeness became visible. Exhaustion suddenly overwhelmed her body. She admitted to fatigue and leaned on him. He did not interrupt this moment. He saw how an increasingly heavy emotional burden was pressing down on her. He admitted to his own exhaustion not because of magic, but because he was bearing hidden trials alongside her. She praised his strength for having defeated the dog, and at the same time was surprised how he endured it without hesitation even for a moment. He used a power that demanded a price, although she had no idea that such a price could even exist. Frightened, she feared that he had given his life. He denied it, yet remained unspeakably mysterious. Calmly, he explained the consequences. Tired muscles would ache tomorrow, or perhaps the day after tomorrow. He exaggerated the aches and stomach pain. She watched intently. Not a single drop was impressed by his demonstrative self-pity. She teased him, hesitating. Do his complaints about pain make him strangely attractive or completely pathetic? He took her sarcasm as praise and moved on, leaving her embarrassed and irritated by his confidence. Despite the fact that the world was almost over, he laughed and called the whole dangerous commotion unexpectedly amusing. For him, the danger itself was the drive that gave everything meaning and made every moment one that would definitely be remembered. She smiled against herself and suddenly realized his foolishness, strangely enough, even calmed her despite everything they had to go through. A long silence fell between them until her face became serious. She looked straight ahead at the real answers. She asked him directly, demanded the truth, who he really was under the power and strange charm. Their gazes locked, like a taut rope, and no one backed down. The doubts that had been silent finally surfaced aloud. He faltered, repeating her question over and over in his head, unable to explain who he had become now. Once he was feared like a final boss, but later he realized he had never truly questioned his own identity. He admitted aloud, no longer a demon lord, just a man without a title. With a bold smile, he declared that he was the freest person in the whole world. True freedom opened to him in one decision: to reject expectations and live a life that obeys nothing. She quietly accepted his answer, understanding freedom can be both selfish and sincere. Finally smiling, she agreed, There was no one who lived freer, more foolish, and more honest than him. She told him that it did not matter who he was, what mattered was that he saved her. Her words melted his resistance despite everything he chose to protect, not destroy. Nidahogg disappeared, but the sacred tree stood, doomed to die a symbol of the irreversible law. Tears welled up as soon as she admitted their defeat. They never managed to save the world tree. Without any source, Maso now counts the future of their world in decades. She blamed herself, praying she had acted earlier, yet still doubted it would have changed anything. He silenced her reproaches, insisting it was not a bad ending, it was their ending. He forcibly pulled her gaze forward and ordered her to look beyond past guilt and loss. To her surprise, the world tree sprouted again. Life was not yet finished. Nidhugg's fire burned only the crown. The world tree survived and continued to protect all living things. She joyfully realized the world tree still lives, therefore it was not the end. Glancing at the restored power, she made a bold decision about her future path. No sooner had she declared she wanted to become a great queen than she quickly fell silent again. He teased her about the choice of endings, which he never agreed with, just as playful and stubborn as always. The smile was confident. He swore he would never agree to a mediocre ending, and certainly not when he was involved in everything himself. As if proclaiming the world his stage, he called Ofer to give a dazzling ending. The forest spirit appeared smoothly, bowed in submission, and gifted with Crypto a smile and a magical intention. The radiant power flared and exploded, tearing them from their place. The excessive light and impact simply stunned them. She covered her eyes, confused and frightened, while something right before her eyes suddenly began to change. Petals danced in her widened eyes, and what she saw next completely took her breath away. She raised her gaze and froze with delight, watching the petals fall like snow, and her breath was involuntarily taken away. Quietly told about the trees and past times when blossoms filled the earth all year round. The revived tree bloomed fully, rebirthing the legend, the fairy kingdom Pinkheart. Her teary eyes caught the reflection of the sky in this world, as if resurrected, stunned her. Wherever she turned her gaze, flowers bloomed incessantly, flooding the surroundings with warmth, life, and anxious hope. He smiled at her, in response to the approval, proud that the story had indeed reached a much better ending. When she stumbled over her words, sincere gratitude finally burst out, happy, joyful, and coming straight from the heart. Their radiant thanks echoed louder than any victory they had experienced, and forever changed something. He froze in place, clutching his palm to his chest, overwhelmed by feelings he almost never allowed himself to encounter. Against the backdrop of blooming beauty, the past flared up, everything he had destroyed, everything he had lost, and what he had buried under the weight of guilt. After faking his own death, the former demon lord accepted peace and quietly enjoyed his new freedom. He smiled gently, recalling the hardships he had overcome, and cherished a moment he had never thought possible. Walking among the blooming trees, he shared peaceful days with comrades who accepted his restored identity. She joyfully reunited with an old friend who had disappeared for a long time, proving that the bond endures even deception. Standing nearby, he suddenly realized his happiness does not come from victory, it is born from choosing the better path. From afar she watched. The faithful servant stood proudly, smiling as if peace had finally reached her wandering master. When the morning light spread over distant lands, a new chapter quietly shifted in the world. Tension tightened again, as officials reported urgent updates regarding Nidhugg's military declaration and its sudden events. The news spread instantly. Nidhugg was killed, and the shocking victor was not the nobility but Princess Nicholas from Fairies. In the whisper stirred a memory of a fair-haired youth in a black cloak, and within her awoke an ever-quieter realization. She dismissed doubts and ordered the message to be delivered, feeling how urgent this news was. His order was clear: summon the unknown heroes who defeated Nidhugg to the imperial palace. She was filled with curiosity. She longed to meet the mysterious youth in the black cloak. The crowd roared with excitement, while Maddie sat on the throne and enjoyed the celebration that overflowed. The peasants praised his victories, reminding everyone who he once was, a demon lord, a threat feared by all. The obedient citizens bowed low, thanking him for saving the kingdoms and for the revival of the legendary world tree. Maddie grimaced in a smile and slowly sipped her drink, while the endless crowd adoration did not subside for a moment. Finally left alone with her own thoughts, Maddie sank back heavily and whispered. His victory brought boredom. The celebration did not let up for a moment, and Maddie grew increasingly uneasy. She wondered how much longer this festival would last. Although he was pleased with the approval, Exhaustion was already felt in his soul. It became clear that endless praise very quickly turns into boring emptiness. The slender elf approached quietly, sensed his amigu and cautiously asked if something was bothering Maddie. She spoke about concern regarding food, but Maddie awkwardly ended the conversation, hiding her true boredom as deep as possible. Staring purposefully at the crowd bursting into applause, he honestly admitted he was overwhelmed with fatigue. Constant adoration did not nourish it, drained his strength. To lift the mood, the elf promised a funny story once it entertained everyone to their heart's content. She confessed that it concerned her beloved daughter, Michaelis, and immediately both curiosity and doubts in Maddie twanged like a nervous string. A flash of Mikali, and she blushed instantly, pleadingly asking her mother not to voice her childhood dreams aloud. Ignoring protests, the queen gently teased her daughter, showering Myclea with annoying care. Sighed Maddie is bored again, imagining absurd trials like rainbow-knitted hugs to somehow break the monotony. Maddie dreamed of unexpected adventures, and at that very moment a messenger flew into the room, bursting out with a cry about urgent news. The envoy apologetically excused himself and reported a message had arrived from the new Empress Noya Alexander Lord Knight. As soon as the name Alex was heard, Maddie froze, while others reacted with cautious surprise and lively curiosity. Mystery agreed to receive the envoy, asking for hospitality while the assistants prepared for the meeting. Michaelis expressed concern over the sudden approach of the Empress, and Maddie calmly and confidently brushed off the worries. Maddie reasoned. The Empress's arrival at that time meant only one thing: curiosity about Nidhogg's defeat, and nothing more significant. He explained Noah's diplomatic ties, emphasizing the urgency of the moment, yet without touching the delicate pride of the fairy tale kingdom. Michaelis doubted his own reasoning. Due to uncertainty, he said, one must act cautiously, and Maddie teased him for his too straightforward reaction. Their meeting confirmed this. Alexandra's envoy demanded details, proving that Maddie's previous analysis was absolutely accurate. The envoy praised Mysteria's insight, confirming with amazing precision how she predicted Noah's motives. The envoy claimed that the Empire would not sit idly by, conducting negotiations as if it were pure diplomacy. Maddie suddenly realized something deeper. A rustle stirred in her heart, and she understood that it was not directly tied to Nidhogg's defeat. She had no idea whether his unexpected victory triggered a hidden scenario that went beyond the usual trajectory. The envoy assigned Michaelis the role of Nidhogg's killer, honestly admitting he knew nothing about her or her mysterious companion. They described a man with silver hair in black, who officially invited both heroes to embark on F. The messenger reported that Alexander personally desires to see Maddie, and this rare invitation shocked everyone. They were puzzled whether Maddie could really be the second heroine, the one matching the appearance described by the envoys. Maddie recognized the name Alexandra and involuntarily was surprised. She wanted to speak with him directly. At the same time, he did not trust her knowledge of his true identity, deliberately asking what interest she had specifically in him. Maddie realized Alexandra herself is controlling the course of events, laying out a new plotline beyond Riz Noah. Maddie smiled smugly. Alexandra's invitation promised adventures and instantly ended his long boredom. But Mysteria, stunned, everyone politely declined Alexandra's invitation, even though it was frankly respectful. She questioned Alexandra's power. It was hard to believe that the new crowned empress was capable of ruling effectively. Rumors said that during Alexandra's reign, she was troubled by a rebellious wave assassins boldly, and often targeted her life specifically. Mysteria's refusal was born out of love. She did not want to send her daughter into dangerous circumstances. Maddie pondered Alexandra's struggle, acknowledging her disobedience is born not from stubbornness, but despite continuous death threats and waves of criticism. Michaelis resolutely declared her decision and insisted she would go despite any danger. She emphasized that diplomacy with No was necessary, and stubbornly would not allow relations to deteriorate without cause. Mysterio remained cautious, but Maddie confidently, in a calm tone, dispelled her doubts about Alexandra's unstable rule. In the end, Maddie reassured them, saying that Alexandra sought justice and promised she would treat them fairly. Mikola impatiently asked for permission and insisted she would be safe if Maddie accompanied her. With a steady heart, she declared that she finally aspired to serve and protect their kingdom. Her focused gaze revealed maturity, and quietly Mysteria moved from her place, touched by her daughter's confidence. Mysteria asked if Maclise would dedicate herself to their people, as if testing how firmly she was ready to hold on to her own. Filled with joy, Mycles agreed, and Mysteria entrusted Medi to watch over her daughter's safety during the journey. Mysteria was deeply concerned. She feared for the safety of her beloved daughter in the dangerous, bustling imperial city. Mycles brushed off all concerns and declared that it was time to prepare for their important journey. As soon as they set off, the maid eagerly inquired whether they were really returning to the city. For now, hostile voices condemned humanity, furious at their audacity to dare summon such powerful guests. Maddie calmly explained that they would visit the city, but would avoid unnecessary attention in the palace. Maddie realized the path might lead to an unknown plot, so she would have to force him to protect Michael. Despite doubts, he still decided to accompany her, suppressing deeper fears within himself. Their companion was happy, and the joyful Maddie looked satisfied even though difficulties already loomed ahead. Leaving responsibility behind, Maddie agreed. In his absence, others would manage the affairs. Nicolese gathered supplies too diligently, and, impatiently announcing their departure, set off towards the imperial city. Mycles guessed that this path would stretch for weeks, but Maddie without hesitation squeezed them into 3 days. Stunned, Mycles doubted that the crew would even endure such an impossible pace. Maddie revealed the plan. They were heading to Glacier, a reliable beast of confidence. Mycles got nervous just at the thought, constantly asking himself whether Maddie was planning to cause trouble. Maddie smiled boldly and insisted. Crashing straight into Noah would be more interesting than dragging slowly. Nicholas wanted a slower route, but Maddie insisted on urgency, pushing them to depart immediately. Her escort protested because he was bound by Alexandra's orders, but Medi brushed off her concerns and remained confident. Without wasting a second, Medi mounted Glacia, pulling Mycles along to break away sharply and instantly. Mycles screamed in panic as Glacias swiftly soared into the sky, leaving the palace far below. Waving her hands in despair, she promised her mother she would return, but fear crowded her voice. Nicolese scolded Machi and he, enraged, abruptly canceled their departure, adding extra chaos. She demanded explanations, and noticed that Medi was also feverishly eager to reach the imperial city as soon as possible. Maddie quietly admitted that he was waiting on the road, and this unexpectedly surprised Mycles with his frankness. So strongly, he longed for the final destination. Carefully considering, Medi guessed, Alexandra might control destiny relentlessly, not tied to a predetermined game plot. This revelation unsettled him, and uncertainty stirred in his chest. Whether Alexandra was another figure capable of changing the course of events. Maddie prepared for the unknown, smiled resolutely, and was ready to test himself in a clash with challenges. Seeing Alexandra, the new empress, he immediately understood her significance and decided to support her path forward. They left the fairy kingdom, flew south, bypassed deadly lands, and headed straight for Noah. They reached the capital Gopher in the imperial city. Tall walls and dense civilization pressed from all sides. While they hovered over Gopher, he quietly surveyed the unchanging city, and the return had already come early. Winged beasts swiftly descended. Landing within the city limits, dust rose as hooves struck the ancient stone. In 3 days they arrived. The exhausted Glacia set a new speed record and only then finally rested. When Marvel and Micker learned about its capital, they were taken aback by its grandeur even up close. She said that her Gopher was forbidden, far from the fairy kingdom where she grew up. Suspiciously, she accused him of familiarity. He deflected the blow, hiding knowledge behind a cryptic, slightly amused smile. He teased her, flipping through notes about food from her map and exposing a secret sightseeing program. Just as she failed to return the map, city guards stopped them and demanded to know where they came from. The guards explained to Empress Alexandra. After recent assassination attempts, all newcomers must undergo interrogation according to security protocol. He silently endured the suspicions, secretly covering Alexandra's protection role, while avoiding unnecessary conflicts. He tried to explain everything calmly, but was immediately interrupted. Mikorin stepped forward with confident audacity. Announcing her royal kinship, Mikorin confirmed their presence as if invited guests of Empress Alexandra herself. She unfolded the official letter with a seal, confidently and uncompromisingly dispelling all suspicions, relying on irrefutable royal evidence. Mikorin's bold revelation backfired. As soon as the soldiers recognized her heroic status, the attention of the entire crowd suddenly fell upon her. The guards greeted her, greedily impressed that she had defeated Nidhogg, and immediately escorted her to the carriage.
Without stopping, he called it not just rivalry but love. Shame flared up when she instinctively brushed off his words.
The townspeople erupted with joy. They organized a parade and prepared knights to accompany their hero. Maddie used the distraction and slipped away unnoticed. She waved goodbye while Mikorin panicked under the increasing pressure. Mikorin froze in surprise upon learning that Maddie had refused to go with her to the castle. She was frightened by the very thought of being alone against the Empress of Noah. Maddie involuntarily calmed herself. Her level had risen. Now she easily surpassed most people in strength as well. Despite her plea for support, Maddie only smiled and did not utter a single word in response to her desperate request. Without hesitation, Maddie turned and walked away, while Mikorin shouted after her, stunned, betrayed, and completely bewildered. While Mikorin was in the spotlight, Maddie wandered alone, free to observe the state in which the capital lived. She noticed how life was growing wildly on the streets, but beneath the cheerful daily rituals, hidden tension was already smoldering. News of Princess Mikorin's visit spread through the alleys, stirring excitement throughout the city. The fiery leader gathered the crowd and thundered a call to summon Mikorin and Alexandra allies against the 7 devil princes. People roared with delight, nodding in unison, while Maddie silently watched, not yet knowing what was about to unfold. Medea recognized in their faces the League of Heroes, Resistance members, and Alexandra had once already rallied people against him. He recalled how strongly Alexandra held her ground in the game, and doubted that in the real world she could manage people as effectively. And considering her difficulties, he guessed the issue might not be her abilities but that she lacked influence. Yet the city's laughter cut in contrast to his heavy thoughts and that cautious, half-muted silence. He admitted Alexandra succeeded where he failed. She made this city peaceful, bright, and truly happy, genuine. Alexandra conquered hearts not by force but by pure charm, which Medi never truly managed to handle. He remembered the day when hatred consumed him. Losses became support and grief cruelty. Compared to the noble cause of Oaksandra, he saw nothing in himself that deserved admiration or even comparison. He walked alone and deep in someone's eyes. It was never destined to become a hero. And suddenly, from memory or from the very spirit, the bloody voice of Oaksandra echoed, pushing, "You can." He faltered. Medi froze before the narrow alley, a neglected path stretching from the hidden shelter and bringing old memories along. Childhood games came to him, how he secretly sneaked out of the castle to reach their secret hideout unnoticed. Those carefree days passed side by side with Primo. The names of fear are far away now, but they are never forgotten. Her laughter, clear and ringing, rolled again in the silence and stirred something deep while he stood silently again. Now she was a distant image for him, quietly standing and looking lonely at the city they once shared. When their eyes met, Medi froze. Oaksandra's gaze was painfully familiar, eerily recognizable. When he looked at her, something rose in him each time, hiding what he feared and bringing back memories he could never fully erase. He lied to himself. She is the enemy, the protagonist, the confrontation, all of it sounded like fiction. She was the girl who once held his hand and now stands before him again. She was the same girl who once died in his arms long ago, bleeding hope. He remembered her last breath, her name whispered through blood, forever burned into his soul. And now, after 10 years, burning memories in his mind, both of them are overwhelmed by recognition. Their forgotten past is about to surface. Prince Menace quietly sneaked into the library and found the forbidden book hidden on the shelf. The servants nervously whispered, afraid of being punished again, just as Menace disappeared, and rumors about demons spread all around. In a dark corner, a commoner whispered deeper than any rumors, telling about the cursed demonic ability to create, yet still doubting whether such creatures even exist. An even darker rumor spread. Prince Menace was prophesied at birth as the one who would bring future calamity. A person overheard everything to the last word. Quietly stepped outside. The face revealed nothing, only clutching the book they feared. The maidservants froze in panic, but Menace spoke calmly and said he came only for the book. He promised to return quietly, but instead disappeared behind the door while they remained, stunned into silence, staring after him. Making his way through the corridors, he swallowed both fear and threats along with the usual whispers and cold stares, accepting everything silently with quiet submission. He knew the rumors about demon creation, dark magic, and the fear stubbornly attached directly to his name. In front of the family portrait, Menace bitterly hid in the slips of the tongue the cursed heir who stained the hero's bloodline. Gazing at the ancestor's portrait, Menace flinched at the suspicious voice, as if a reproach was already standing behind his back. A dark figure struck Menace down, and he crashed into the floor with furious force. The attacker and his father stood tall, cold, and looked inquisitively at Menace's appearance, as if they had encountered a worthless intruder. Bruises and trembling did not let go. Menace weakly gasped for air, and continued to beg through the pain to that cruel man, still calling him his father. And the king roared in response, rejecting their bond and not recognizing Menace as his son. The king spat venom, and called these men unworthy to stand in the royal halls. But Menace raised his head bloodied but stubborn, never averting his gaze, locking eyes with the opponent and holding on to unwavering determination. The enraged king again broke loose and rushed to attack until the sudden arrival of a knight cut this rage halfway and stopped it. While this happened, the knight addressed the king in a calm voice, announcing the arrival of Lord Knight and immediately stopping the fight on the spot. Cold orders then poured one after another. Triple lock. The doors were closed, the prince's room isolated. It was opened only for visitors. The king's cold gaze pierced the insolent, rebellious look of Menace between their bloodlines. Fierce tension silently grew. Before leaving, the king threw one last threat: freedom, for which next time one would have to pay in full. He was swept away, but he still held the book tightly. Menace clung to the only thing he had left. 2 armored guards led him away. Their silence stung more than the king's harsh words. He was surrounded by looks full of contempt, and Men's Edge suddenly realized the cruel truth. His existence was unwanted by every heart. From behind bars, under the guard of the armed, somewhere from the tallest fortress, a threat looked sullenly. It was his cave. Despite the pleas and strict orders of the guards, the door was closed. Menace was deprived of his only freedom and cut off from movement. When he was left alone, he whispered quietly and showed the hidden creatures that had unnoticedly hidden in the toys. 2 small beings, Primo and Afara, joyfully merged into one, bringing warmth to the otherwise threatening, lonely world of Menace. They smiled through bruises. Menace assured them his pain was worth nothing as long as they were safe. Holding his creations close, men find solace that does not exist in the hateful world outside his cell. He quietly acknowledged his pain, recalling how others called him evil, not understanding even a fraction of the truth. But despite everything, he clung to hope. He dreamed of becoming someone like an emperor, not a frightening threat, but someone to be proud of. He started everything from scratch, opened the book, determined to create friends and rewrite destiny. Then he tested new magic. After all, the threat tried something unprecedented: to summon life from just one image without memory. Eagerly flipping through the pages, the man chose a legendary figure, the one called as an ally. Approaching the edge, he activated the spell, hoping that his first creation based on the image would truly come to life. From the flash materialized a fox spirit, Ajitsune. Small, delicate, with modest characteristics but with unique charm. The creature instantly sniffed the air. Its eyes flashed alertly, and he bowed in reverence before the successful creation. Filled with excitement, the man shouted along with his companions. The experiment worked and a new friend was born. Minas proudly and simultaneously with surprise lifted the fox spirit. Despite it being only D rank, its power turned out to be truly remarkable. He named the creature Fiore, declaring that their bond was the beginning of a lasting friendship. To threaten, Fiore was more than magic. He became a partner in his dream of heroism. Joy turning into determination unfolded immediately. Danger asked Fiore to lend strength for their future. Outwardly, the guards remained at their posts and watched over the prince, whom they considered powerless, unaware that something had already stirred inside. Enraged to break free by fleeing, Menace asked Fiore to cast an illusion and help him escape. Fiore's body shimmered with magical energy as the illusory spell wrapped around her radiant figure. A mist of light and mirage began to distort the guard's vision outside the tower. Menace faltered for a moment, then dashed forward, not sure if Fiore's distraction would hold the guard's attention. While the guards remained unsuspecting, Fiore flashed up from below into the field of vision, and their gazes betrayed Menace's window.
Captain Yox decisively named his title, and his voice barely trembled, while others repeated.
For the first time, he stepped outside Freely, the escape complete, his heart light and full of hope. Encouraging his comrades, he praised their coordination, proud of the fellowship they had become. He glanced back for just a moment, and, as if stealthily, his resolve returned. No cruelty would stop the path of a future hero. Smiling brightly, Menace dashed forward. Tadathis began their training, and it was more than just an escape. Seeking to help, Menace led his companions into the city, hoping to find someone in need of support. He searched every alley but found no one who truly needed his help. As soon as doubts began to creep into him, He heard quiet sobbing echoing from a dark corner. In the shadow hidden from the light, a young girl was crying alone, lost, frightened, and completely ignored. Menezes' eyes flashed with restrained but sudden urgency. The first mission had truly started, and everything was extremely serious. The threat approached the crying girl quietly, and cautiously she did not know how to help, yet still could not leave. He asked about her parents and home, and every word made her tremble and shudder. Realizing that something much deeper was wrong here, Menens guessed. She was not planning to return home at all. His suspicions were confirmed by a quiet nod. She chose the alley, not the place she came from. Seeing her silence, he offered support. Not answers, but only warmth quietly enveloping her in soft embraces. Hugged, the girl sat alone and silent. He found her and ordered her to follow him. He said, hiding further is only worse. They needed to break out of this dark alley. She froze for a moment, hesitated, trembled, and did not know if she could endure. He gently asked if she could stand. His hand calmly reached forward as if silently promising, "If you try, everything will be fine." With a bright smile, he promised that they would go together. Hope slowly returned to her eyes. Their hands slowly drew closer uncertainly, but with hope, closing the distance between fear and trust. Fingers finally touched. He smiled softly, and she stood up and slowly stepped into the beam of light. They moved together, and their footsteps echoed down the corridor, two souls no longer alone in the darkness. He remembered that day. If he had not acted then, both could have remained broken and vanished without a trace. Now they stood side by side, and before them stretched a wide world waiting just beyond the wall. She gently clung to him, looked ahead, and a new world unfolded before her eyes. He cheerfully turned at the sound and immediately noticed. She was silent. She had stopped crying. The tears had already subsided. One day he dared to ask her name. At first he hesitated, but she gathered herself and finally managed to say it. For the first time she answered as if it was truly her voice clearly. "Ali," she said, and doubt trembled in her intonation. For her, everything began right here, a prequel outside Risno, written only for her. They stood side by side, fingers intertwined. Ahead awaited a journey that shaped and formed his future reign. Ali tightly squeezed her hand. They walked calmly, and neither of them suspected the hidden truths of each other. He cheerfully introduced himself, hesitating for a moment before revealing everything completely. Ali listened attentively, interested but still unaware. He was tossing thoughts inside himself, afraid of how she would react if she found out that he was once Mina's Nala. Finding no answer, he quickly cut off. "His name is Mel." She looked confused but remained calm. Ali quietly repeated his invented name again. He nodded, exhaled restrainedly with relief, and hid his past once more. He nervously scratched the back of his head and did not know where to start after suddenly bringing her here. In excitement, he showed the hill as his secret hideout. Supposedly, heroes were once trained there. Suddenly, a creature resembling a cat jumped on him. Its sharp, unexpected exit shocked everyone. Overwhelmed with emotions, he apologized as soon as his magical companions returned. They responded jokingly, but it was still clear that he lacked courage. Ali gently looked down as one creature approached, carefully and without any hostility, as if it recognized her presence. He lunged forward in a defensive stance and insisted that these were demons but good ones, who had no intention to harm. Ali slowly approached the cat-like demon, and there was not a hint on her face. The creature waited calmly. Then she smiled gently. She was enchanted by the charm of the creature and quietly said that it was cute. He nodded with relief, feeling a weight lifted inside, and suddenly realized. She accepted them without fear and without judgment. He quietly explained that they were loyal, powerful, and truly important to the heart of his companion. With a confident smile, he asked Ali if she wanted to join their hero training sessions. Together they read the story about Memphis, Noah, the first hero who built the kingdom of Noah. Excitedly, he told how Memphis helped many to the point of founding the kingdom after the victory over the monsters. Clenching his fist, he declared his dream to become strong and kind like Memphis. He beamed with a smile and asked if his dream sounded cool. Ali stared at him, and it was clear it genuinely touched him. Thanking her for her support, he smiled broadly and began training with a wooden sword. He admitted that he lacked sparring partners. He often trained alone while the demon friends silently watched. They hunched over and sadly withered, feeling useless. He reassured them it was not their fault that they had no hands. When he turned away, Ali silently noticed a barrel full of spare training weapons. She decisively took a step forward, gripping the sword tightly, and asked if she could become his partner. Ali blushed but still nodded resolutely. accepting his offer with tense composure and firm enthusiasm. He blazed with excitement, raised the sword high as the training just began, and everything around seemed to thunder with energy. He swung slowly and pushed her to block. Ali focused and deflected each of his attacks with strength, precise hit after precise hit. Impressed by her instincts, he praised her unexpected skill, not realizing that natural talent was behind it. With joy, he showed another technique, asking her to imitate his stance increasingly confidently and increasingly happily. He demonstrated a complex sword combo, moved quickly and smoothly, and challenged Ali to keep the pace. Ali watched attentively, calculated her own strategy, and resolutely held his gaze, noting every technique. She copied the move, flawlessly astonishing him with accuracy, speed, and form he had not expected. He did not hide his admiration and sincerely praised her, amazed at how she replicated the move as if it awakened by itself. Moved by her skill, he beamed a smile and promised to continue improving together with her. Ali smiled gently, a spark of joy, and quiet pride burned in her eyes for having learned something new. He introduced a harsher technique, warning her, and she stayed close, gathering unwavering attention. Their swords barely clinked during the clash. She dashed forward boldly, surprising him again with precise instincts and strength. She laughed cheerfully and, lightly knocking him down with a strike, sent him back. He fell to the ground, smiling at the complete defeat. Sitting nearby, he quietly exhaled with satisfaction and admitted how pleasant it was to train with someone. Flushed and hugging her knees to her chest, Ali confessed that she had fun. Her voice softened and did not. He smiled warmly, sat beside her, and in a quiet voice prepared a question. He asked why she cried when he first found her, and care sounded in his voice. Carefully, he asked if something painful had prevented her from returning home, attentively watching her facial expression. Ellie froze, her voice trembling. She tried to explain, but the words painfully stuck in her throat. Ali admitted. Her strange ability made her different from everyone else, unwanted even in her own family. She said they needed a useful power, and when that power gave them nothing, she was also called worthless. But even if she ran away, Ali knew one thing. Running away would not erase either her ability or that pain. Aloud, she pondered whether they would now accept her more favorably if she had never had it at all. He sat next to her. Around them were his companions, and he firmly said that it was not her fault. He insisted. She had no choice, so no one should judge her for a talent given from birth. Angrily, he sharply asked why label a child worthless just because she is different. He boldly promised, if anyone dared to offend her again, he would stand up for her protection. Ali began to fall apart. Doubts gnawed at her own worth, but he moved forward without hesitation to calm and support her. He declared that she had already joined the party of his hero, and that she was a true friend as well. Tears glistened in her eyes, and she quietly whispered with gratitude. Finally, she felt that she was not just seen, but truly accepted. The bell rang out over the whole city while they silently watched the sunset calmly, intently, as if the whole world held its breath. He gently reminded her to return home before darkness fell. She hesitated, but finally nodded, quietly agreeing. They stood shoulder to shoulder under the tree, and neither dared to move because no one wanted this moment to end.
He listens as his abilities are acknowledged, then explains. It was precisely his former defense that guided and...
Before setting off, he nervously asked if they could meet again tomorrow at the same place. He added quietly only if she could, not wanting to pressure or upset her. Choking with emotions, Ali exclaimed in response. She wanted to see him again more than anything. As soon as he heard these words, he blushed all over and without a second of hesitation sprang up with a shout of agreement. They both smiled brightly, promised to meet here again, tomorrow as new friends reborn. Ali tries to return to the castle unnoticed, quietly tiptoeing while the guard stands nearby and has not yet suspected. A stern soldier sharply calls her by name and demands an explanation for why she missed sword training. Another adult harshly interrogates her about where she was and scolds her for missing the scheduled royal training again. Two noble ladies maliciously whisper behind her back, calling her strange and different without a drop of sympathy. Ali clutches her chest. These words torment her, but still barely, stubbornly she holds on to a brave smile. The knight insists. Alexandra must continue training relentlessly and warns her about the inevitable responsibility of the Empress in the future. Alex lowers her gaze as if a wave has overwhelmed her, but then someone gently encourages her. There is nothing wrong with taking a break sometimes. A majestic woman intervenes, authoritatively asks for sympathy and reminds everyone. Alex is still adjusting to this foreign land. Alex hesitates, but the woman lovingly offers to take her back, and this exactly removes all objections she had that night. In a private conversation, Alex turns to her mother. She wants to vent emotions and share the personal experience she lived through today. Alex's mother kneels behind her and gently embraces her, calm on her face, understanding in her gaze. With soft movements, she soothes Alex, gently stroking her, and asks her to rest after exhausting training. Smiling, the mother encourages Alex to hold on tight. Her caring presence lifts the anxieties from the little girl's shoulders. She speaks about fate. Alex is destined to inherit mighty abilities closely connected with the future of their kingdom. During strong embraces, the mother promises unwavering support throughout the path of growth and fulfillment of Alex's duty. Alexandra accepts her fate, finds strength in her mother's words, and without hesitation takes on her royal duty. They are brought a ceremonial document for signing, a sign of an official agreement between two powerful kingdoms. Two nobles put their signatures, finally sealing the alliance with solemn determination and clear political intentions. Pope Nifro the Strong passes the agreement through ritual and officially proclaims the alliance with religious and political authority. Alexandra and Menessa are revealed as brides of a royal lineage. Their kingdoms are united by a vow of arranged marriage. In a vast hall, the church authority officially confirms the engagement of Prince Menacin to Alexandra before the nobility. The courtly prize of the crown, a man, presumably a king or high noble, reacts grimly, his lips involuntarily pressing downward. Under the moonlight, Prince Minas and his magical creatures prepare to enter the castle. As Minas sneaks inside, a guard brings dinner and orders him to obey and sit quietly, near fainting submission. As soon as the guard leaves, the threat mocks the order and makes it unmistakably clear. Tomorrow he will break him. Alexandra lies in bed, clutching the blanket tightly, her eyes open as if sinking into deep thoughts. Through a large glass window, Alexandra is seen wrapped in blankets in the most luxurious bedroom. A mystical figure in a hood stealthily moves through the castle corridors. Shadows conceal both face and intentions. The hooded figure reaches huge doors and cautiously peeks inside, hesitant in gaze but resolute in intent. And Alexandra stirs slightly in bed. Her expression softens, as if sensing someone's presence nearby. Ali lies in bed, replaying in her mind where Minas is now and whose dreamlike image he appears and smiles at her. The threat stretches through her memories, but Ali still smiles, warmly comforted by the bond they have already managed to build. In their sleep, they rest peacefully side by side, united by the hope of meeting tomorrow. Minna slowly came to her senses inside the grand castle, and sunlight poured through the giant spires directly into her room. Calmly resting beside his comrades, he greeted the new day, unaware of what fate would bring. A friendly voice cheerfully called from outside, and Minas jumped up, unable to recover from the sudden surge of enthusiasm. He remembered yesterday's farewell. The girls promised they would definitely see each other again tomorrow. Alone by the window, Minas barely smiled. The sunlight warmed his thoughts of her gentle farewell. Together with his comrades, he rushed outside, fueled by another secret escape with the sole purpose of meeting Ali again. But as soon as Minas reached the meeting place, the field became unusually quiet. Ali was not there. He waited patiently, pressing the thought on himself. She remembers their promise and should appear any moment. He smiled nervously, wondering if something had delayed her again, because she still clung to reliable explanations and excuses. Fear instantly turned into panic. What if she finds out that he is Minas Noah, the Lord of Demons? Hearing sudden footsteps, Mina sprang up and quickly turned around. She was alarmed by Fifi's strange, anxious reaction and sharp barking. To his surprise, Ali appeared at the edge of Ali, gasping and clearly in a hurry. Gasping, she apologized for being late, her eyes already full of nervous worry. With relief, Minas abruptly blurted out an embarrassed lie, but carefully hid how long he had been waiting, concealing it with reliable panic. Since then, every time they met and parted with smiles, they told each other, "See you tomorrow." Keeping her promise, Ali returned every day and waved brightly, kindly, with a smile. They spent every day together, and Mina silently wished these peaceful moments would never end. While they walked together, both suddenly noticed a suspicious person. A girl, angry and frowning, trying so quickly to pass by her side as if she was being chased. Nervously, he suggested she use the alleys, fearing she would be recognized, and tried to casually divert attention to something else. Although Ali was puzzled, he quietly agreed, trusting his guide, asking no questions about the sudden uncertainty or urgency. Minas feared that Ali would reveal his identity. The demon lord was secretly lurking behind the castle walls. He could not risk her reaction if she learned the truth about his real name. Even the very thought of her refusal threw him into horror, and to be honest, would have destroyed everything they were slowly putting together. So he forced a smile and covered the truth with a deathly silence. Suddenly news came. His engagement was already finalized, and everything turned upside down without any of his consent. Mina's refused the agreed engagement. She only wanted friendship with Ali, not his father's politics. Ali's smile became an anchor for him. He clung to the moment and wished it would never end. Every meeting was precious, every farewell filled with hope. That was the only thing his heart desired. Elsewhere, political negotiations quieted down as the kings exchanged courtesies, and no one suspected what Mina's was hiding. One king laughed unknowingly that his daughter's fiancé was already crowned. The fate of Prince Mina's was sealed by silence. The kings exchanged official compliments. Smiles and polished diplomatic words concealed their true intentions. One king gladly agreed, and was soon to bring his daughter so she could meet her future fiancé. Unaware of the growing tension with every minute, they stubbornly believed. The negotiations were progressing smoothly and without any problems. The noble assistant turned everything upside down, deciding that the engagement was actually planned for Prince Mina's own happiness. But the king coldly objected, and it immediately became clear how little he understood his own son at all. The king cut him off mid-sentence, rejecting any tenderness as if it were worthless. Supposedly, for him it was unnecessary, and he was only a tool. He never considered Minar a person, only a puppet kept nearby to fulfill his ambition. The engagement was fake. Traplord had no idea whom exactly they were marrying. It was not unity, but a strategy to marry Minas off to keep the Lord Knight's throne under control from within. With irony, he said, Lord Knight planned the same for both kings, a conspiracy for takeover, masterfully disguised as an alliance and ceremony. The king mocked the very idea that Mina could change him. He waved it off, saying it was just a joke. His rage flared instantly. No one, especially Mina's, would take the throne from him. Clinging to obsessive fixation, he whispered a curse upon himself. The throne is his and his alone forever. The royal advisor tried to calm him. The engagement supposedly would ensure the future security of their kingdom through the alliance. Putting on a forced smile, the king agreed, but his calm, collected eyes hid much darker intentions. The king saw behind the words of reassurance a fear of collapse. He clung to divine grace as if to a lifeline. The priest promised wealth and led the king through the oracle's prophecy to tame his paranoia. Baring his teeth like a beast, the king swore to banish anyone who dared challenge his power or fate. I'd questioned the future of Prince Mina's, whether paranoia would also claim him as a victim. The king brushed off the concern. Mina's is needed now, and once he fulfills his role without hesitation, he will easily become a replacement. Mina's happily resolved the problem secretly, proud that no one noticed their little trick. Ali doubted his own secrecy, and did not understand why helping others should be hidden or disguised. He muttered confusedly that they all were lied to. This was called training for stealth missions, and he was running away from the real reason hidden inside. Ali guessed the truth. Their companions are monsters, so this could not be accepted publicly. In panic, he refused Mina's, denied it, and desperately took the blame upon himself, trying to protect them from judgment or shame. Coughing up words, Mina's tried to confess that it was a burden, afraid to lose her trust. Ali quietly asked if he could open the door, not by force, but hoping he would let her in. She sharply stepped back, admitting she also had her secrets, and offered him space if silence was safer. But still, she opened her heart and promised to listen as soon as it would help ease his pain even a little. Her kindness stunned him. She did not demand the truth, she only gave a place where he would be understood. Ali smiled warmly, calming Mina's with sincerity and unwavering readiness to listen. Her kindness left Min without words. He was stunned that someone accepted him even before knowing everything. He moved slowly, doubts gnawed at him, while his comrades raised their eyes and felt his mood changing. Returning to Ali, he asked if she knew why users of dark magic are afraid. She answered quietly, "Dark magic corrupts and distorts hearts and brings people very close to becoming demons. Demons are beings born of the darkness of magic." She approached, listening carefully and silently to every detail. He hovered above the floor, covered in shadow. This was his mysterious gift, his ability. Dark magic and monsters, he forged allies from them, and every creature was born from nothing. Even his parents feared him. They saw his abilities and behaved as if he was not of this world. Realizing his power, they imprisoned him in a secret castle, cutting him off from everything that existed outside. He pronounced his name Minasawa while she stood motionless, stunned by the sudden truth. The impoverished royal heir of the kingdom of Noya, hated by all, finally revealed his true identity. He asked if she already hated him, his voice trembling under a forced, bitter smile. Ali's gaze softened. She calmly replied that no, she did not hate him. Her voice did not tremble, sounding steady and clear. When he asked if she was scared, Ali raised her eyes and firmly said, "No." Ali stood very close and quietly reassured him. "You are a good boy, Mia, I know." Tears welled up and his hands clenched. He asked if she would not leave their friendship. She reached out and firmly squeezed his trembling palms. "No, I won't," she replied calmly. I smiling with my eyes closed. She promised him that they would always remain friends, regardless of everything. Tears freely rolled down as he whispered a thank you, and for the first time felt truly accepted. Ali and Mina quietly stood side by side, holding hands, watched over by his calm, devoted monster companions. Mina gently smiled through tears. She was overwhelmed by the acceptance she had waited for years, fearing and shielding herself from everyone. Ali gently corrected him with a smile. She addressed him properly and warmly acknowledged his true nature. As soon as they connected more deeply, suddenly energy burst nearby, and that peaceful moment was violently torn apart. A strong explosion threw them into the air. Mina instinctively shielded Ali while she looked around for danger. A sharp force tore Ali away. Separating their hands, Mina did not have time to react or resist. Smoke darkened the inner courtyard. Mina rushed around, continuously calling her name, panic rising in her voice like a wave. Ali bound, twitched, and tried to speak. She shuddered and flared her eyes as soon as she recognized her kidnapper, a restrained, official figure. The Cat Knights, acting quickly, identified themselves as the Royal Guard by order of the Queen herself. They explained the Queen's fear after Ali disappeared. Ali was stunned. Her mother served. The Knights realized Ali was with Mina's. They were alarmed by his forbidden power and dark skill. Despite Ali's protests, they forcibly dragged her away. They decided to report everything to the king. Mina's froze as her voice echoed down the corridor. She screamed and begged until they took her away. The royal guard returned with Princess Alexandra, safely escorting her through the palace gate unharmed. The council scolded Alexandra's recklessness until the guards stepped forward with an urgent, stern report. Shock swept through the room as soon as the captain confirmed the dangerous secret, the very one they had seen with their own eyes. Guards accused Prince Menace of using black magic against Alexandra. She immediately burst out screaming, denying it. Swaying in place, Alexandra stubbornly clung to Mina's and assured everyone dark forces had never threatened her. He was her friend. Alexandra begged, desperately insisted that Menace was evil, and her words shook everyone so clearly that it was visible to the naked eye. The king ordered the guards to secure the building and prepare immediately to depart to safety. Her father warned Alexandra, users of black magic are dangerous and Menace deceives her feelings. Alexandra was temporarily locked up, while her father summoned a mage to reveal possible manipulations. Despite her screams, the king took the blame upon himself, saying he had let danger near his own daughter and sincerely apologized. His father closed the door and ordered Alexandra to forget Mina's, a request that shattered her memories to dust. Alexandra rushed to the sealed door, begging her parents not to abandon her. Menace is unjust. Left alone, she clung to one thought. Mina's is not evil, and begged someone to believe her words. Full of guilt, her sister apologized, blaming herself for not noticing Alexandra's pain earlier. Their father admitted. He was hastily looking for a partner for Alexandra, and this was exactly what prompted Malik's manipulative lie. Clenching his teeth, the king uttered the name of the true instigator, Malik Noah. Malik outlined a plan for domination to impress Lord Knight and go into battle to cross the Ether Sea without obstacles for the trial. As soon as his ambitions grew, a soldier burst in urgently, disrupting his plans with untimely interference. The emperor despised the messenger and threatened punishment if the urgent news did not satisfy him. Suddenly the king arrived without warning. He immediately addressed Melek, and unwavering determination blazed in his voice and eyes. Emperor Melek coldly greeted Lord Knight, asked about his purpose, and suggested resuming negotiations at another time. Lord Knight showed that Menace had a tendency toward dark magic, and Melek involuntarily fell silent, sharply on guard. Melek dismissed these rumors, insisting, "His Noah line knows only light, and all this is baseless slander." Furious, Lord Knight accused Melek's son of planning to use dark magic against his innocent daughter. Melek shuddered at the audacious accusation. It was clear he was trembling. He could not respond to the king's pointed challenge. Lord Knight accused Melik of hiding the truth about the threat in order to seize power through Alexander. Melik's restrainedly confident reminded Lord Knighton, engagement is sacred, witnessed by holy witnesses and divine law. He threatened political consequences, warning Lord Knight of loss of trust, power, and international respect due to annulment. Lord Knight rejected this threat and refused to sacrifice his daughter to the monster for political gain.
Deciding to seize and escape, the boy began to make a plan relying on logic and endurance to...
Lord Knighton exclaimed sharply, "The engagement between Alexandra and Menace is officially cancelled, null and void." Turning away, he bitterly regretted ever believing that there could be peace between Lord Knight and the empire of Melek. Melek froze in complete disbelief, then exploded with rage. The little king dared to humiliate him right before his own court. Rage caught up with Melek as he rushed out, demanding immediately, "Where is Minis?" Bursting into the room, Melek saw. His son sat silently and did not yet realize that the storm was already closing in on him from all sides. Melek struck Minyas, fiercely enraged by the humiliation. He did not know that the figure before him was false. Screams burst out as the body dissolved. This was not a demonstration of power. Before them stood a disguised impostor, a fake construct. Furious tied them all with chains and declared unequivocally, "They are worthless because they failed to see the deception." Melek demanded answers from the prophet Nephilo, and he calmly said, "A new prophecy has appeared." The prophecy thundered a warning. A threat will bring disaster, shake the world, and burn it to ruins. Millikan, unable to restrain himself, rushed at Nephilo and shouted, demanding explanations why the prophecy disappointed his expectations. Nephilo remained calm. The prophecy was not false, everything unfolded exactly as it should have. Melek immediately realized, this chaos will be a reason for sanctions and will make him a savior in the eyes of the whole world. Nephilo promised Melek world domination, stating that he is doomed to surpass even the hero Mephistoa. Finally, Nephilo declared everything divine, not strategy or manipulation, but the will of God. Melek gathered his thoughts and confidently stated, his throne and power are unshakable, even despite the failure. With a new wave of rage, Melek ordered every soldier under his command to prepare for immediate mobilization. His voice thundered, "Find Minas, capture him alive, and bring him before the throne." Melek's anger flared even more. He ordered Menes to maim if necessary and promised that he would deliver the final blow himself. While Nephilo calmly watched Melek, uttering farewell words, while a girl silently observed nearby. Lafris admitted that no prophecy had come and sharply asked if lying to Melek was truly the right thing to do. Nephilo, quietly weaving intrigues, revealed his intention. Let the kingdoms destroy each other, and he alone will rule. With Minas as the last obstacle, Nephilo decided to remove him before he could resist. Using mind control magic, Nephilo whispered commands, forcing the knight to relentlessly hunt Minas. He ended the order with one final phrase, "Kill anyone who stands in the way." The hypnotized knight repeated the deadly orders aloud, shocking others while Nephilo silently stepped aside. Confused soldiers began questioning the command. They could not understand why the escort suddenly turned into a manhunt. The entire palace echoed with the same phrase the growing army murmured, "Capture Prince Menace." In a locked room, Alexander heard distant commotion and immediately became nervous as the unrest grew by the second. The guards reported strange behavior. Townspeople and knights silently repeated everything like a mantra, and Prince Minas was seized as if a curse had fallen without warning. Alexander ordered to prepare for departure from NOAA, commanding everyone to be extremely vigilant and not interfere with what was happening now. Feeling how everything was already burning, she sharply turned around and gave the order, "Gather immediately, prepare for a quick departure." Barely seeing the crowds frozen in a trance below, Alexander Panic Menace found himself in immediate, deadly, serious danger. Her eyes widened and she rushed out of the palace headlong, deciding to act before it was too late. Somewhere else, someone was clenching fists and shouting "Ali," while tension spread through the city like poisonous smoke. The villain was panicking, prowling in a narrow alley, calling the name Ali, not knowing where she had disappeared. Pursued by her kidnapping, the man interrogates strange people where they got Alec. He pushed through the noisy crowd. His eyes twitched convulsively. He longed to catch at least one clue. Pressed by panic and completely directionless, Manus froze halfway when the armored knight suddenly blocked the narrow passage in the alley. Shadows gathered in an instant, and voices echoed in unison. Seize Prince Minas and reveal his hidden royal identity. Frightened and cornered, Mina burst out screaming. In despair, magic surged forward and exploded outward in a flash. Fior, the fox spirit, flies in just in time, scattering the knights with flashing energy. While they were breaking out, Menace doubted, was his father really involved? And where did the strange appearance of townspeople come from exactly during the capture? Knights approached stealthily, shouting orders. But the formidable armored defense of Fiora repelled the attack again. They barely managed to escape the trap. Suddenly, Fiora collapsed right in the middle of running, exhausted, hoarse, and this left Menace in shock and fearing the worst. The threat gently held Fiora, realizing she had fallen from exhaustion after expending all her magic. He whispered thanks and apologized, blaming himself both for her condition and the danger surrounding them. Holding his breath as quietly as possible, Menace heard shuffling steps, repeated in a command. Capture Prince Menace, and they were approaching Menace. Trapped and hopeless, Menace trembled, and the eerie chant of capture echoed from all directions from every side. Before he could recover, he was already spotted, and someone loudly shouted, revealing his location to the pursuers. The chase quickly closed in. The threat retreated even deeper into a dead-end alley. As soon as they approached him, a girl with long hair appeared and, apologizing for being late, stopped beside him. With a radiant smile, she extended her hand, nudged Menace, and ordered him to run as fast as possible alongside her. Ali urgently pulled Menace out of danger, understanding they would be found any moment, so they needed to hide immediately in a safe place. Menace felt a wave of relief. Ali was alive, standing right in front of him. He noticed her wounds, and Ali quickly explained. She had just jumped out of the window herself, so she avoided injuries. During the escape, they overheard soldiers in the alley repeatedly shouting the command, "Capture Prince Menace." Ali assured that the threat seemed not so scary and she was fine. But fear gnawed at her because everything around them went wildly and lightning fast out of control. Menace suspected that his father was involved and suddenly realized the chaos was not accidental, someone planned it from within. He was convinced escaping from the castle could provoke his father to give the order for extreme measures against him. Returning to Ali, Menace tensed and prepared to speak. He knew exactly what he had to do. He handed her the creature and urged her to run before it was too late. Menace explained, he was the target, and his staying nearby only increased the danger for everyone. Menace admitted his father hated him. Being caught meant an unknown punishment, but he could not run forever. He smiled through the pain and asked Ali to protect the creatures from which he could no longer shield himself. Suddenly, the creatures jumped on Menace, and their unexpected, chaotic love interrupted his farewell words. Menace explained his coldness was not indifference, but a shield so they would not get involved in his problems. Ali reminded him that they are comrades, all members of the hero's party, who stick together in the face of danger. Ali recalled Menace's words, heroes protect friends, and now it was their time too. The threat froze for a moment. He feared the chase. He knew, no matter how he hid, it would not last forever. Sooner or later they would be found, regardless of everything. Ali smiled resolutely, without a shadow of hesitation, and suggested fleeing so far that no one could ever catch them. Mina suddenly froze at her determination. She responded only with a smile, gently removing his fear. They agreed to run somewhere far away where no one would know them, fleeing from the entire royal pursuit that fired shot after shot. They dreamed of joining a guild, becoming true adventurers and exploring freely, as Memphis Noah once did. Ali shone with hope and asked if such a future could become a wonderful reality. While the men marveled at this dream, Ali persistently pressed the main point. It is possible if they believe together. With arms openly spread, she proclaimed, their strength is in unity. He finally answered with conviction, yes. Mina's felt friends, especially Ali, gave him a place where he could belong outside the castle. Menace began to believe that with friends it was truly real. Even those dreams that once seemed impossible became achievable. For the first time, a smile cut through everything, and he felt what true freedom was. But suddenly in the darkness, soldiers surrounded him and, shouting a terrifying order, demanded, capture Prince Menace alive. As soon as hands reached forward, Ali darted out among them like a whirlwind, threateningly, as if blocking from behind, covering him without any hesitation. The cold voice of the knight stretched along the path, and one word sounded, kill. The situation became truly dangerous. Ali intercepted the blow where Menace was. The blade hit her and pierced through, and said not a word. The bloody command of the knight echoed with the order, kill everyone who stands in the way, and this formula mercilessly justified violence. Blood splattered from her lips, and Threat looked at her frozen, eyes wide open in shock and disbelief. Eli's body convulsed, her voice broke, and she, with a trembling breath, called him by name. Owl. Surrounded by soldiers, Mina screamed in agony from pain, rushed to her own fallen body, and convulsively called out. Threat raged wildly while armored soldiers restrained him, and his gaze did not leave Eli's fallen body. A sharp gust sweeps the sweat from the battlefield and the knights freeze, glancing anxiously around, hesitating. Against this chaos, Menes crouched low, pressing Ali to his chest, and something began to change in him. He lowered his head, casting aside hesitation, while grief and rage grew stronger than anything he had ever felt. Blood flowed beneath them as the threat squeezed his hand. He was almost ready to abandon his former self. Holding Ali close, Menes activated the dark power during the synthesis. A strange sign flashed in the air. Black energy burst upward like a whirlwind. It violently shook the earth and instantly shocked the knights. In his own thoughts, Menes saw vision Ali calmly smiling and reaching out her hand again directly to his palm. Her smile was etched in memory until the joy on his face swept away the doubt. In the mental world, she reached out to him, but he quietly turned away, not allowing her to come closer. Ali's quiet gaze faded. Blood was escaping from her mouth, and in Menes's mind, her image shattered. Standing over her lifeless body, the threat loomed with a downward gaze, and silence enveloped her with peaceful sorrow and inevitable loss. Tears dissolved into the shadows. He whispered an apology, his voice trembling with guilt and a broken heart. Darkness fiercely erupted around him, his body twisted from the force. Unbearable grief and rage called to her. The unstoppable power breaks the brakes, tearing through the knights, turning the battlefield into utter chaos and destruction. The body of Menes twitched wildly. Fangs bared and eyes spiraled. Monstrous rage consumed him completely. His hands twisted grotesquely. Claws unnaturally extended forward, a sign that irreversible transformation was already devouring fragile humanity. Tears streamed down his altered face as he accepted defeat. No, he would never be able to be here again. Roots wildly tore from the ground and harshly scattered soldiers aside, while chaos rose around. The frightened prince instantly realized enemies were chasing him to capture. Once his body was shackled by chains. Hatred raged until the guards surrounded him. They demanded to name the person and threatened arrest. Then memories flashed in his head. Friends screamed, the wounded groaned and writhed in pain. His anger spilled into madness, and the nobility, screaming, "Monster!" recoiled from his mere presence. Dark shadows stretched across the ground, and the weight of his hatred and remorse became unbearable. Standing facing the throne, he bore her broken flesh, and cursed his own weakness that prevented him from protecting her. The tyrant laughed through his teeth. The chains bit into him, and he spat out, "Filthy monster," while revealing his twisted purpose. Screeching with poisonous rage, the tyrant proclaimed his throne unconditional and demanded death for the prisoner's miserable existence. The chains broke instantly. A flame of power flared, shielding the unconscious girl in his arms. The tyrant's expression, which had held arrogance until now, shattered in shock. He suddenly realized that his enemy's power far exceeded all expectations. In despair, the tyrant spat out his heroic bloodline, but the unleashed force now threatened his empire. Angrily, the tyrant barked and stubbornly insisted that he would never lose to the creature he himself called monstrous. Pushing himself to the limit, he grabbed his throne and shouted about conquest, while his enemy calmly prepared. The steps echoed dully, and contempt sounded firmly. The challenger rejected his intrusive idea and mocked the endless obsession with power. His face twisted with rage, he burst out demanding an answer. How many innocent lives were sacrificed for power? Anger exploded as soon as he threw the accusation, recalling Ali's memory, and demanded explanations for the countless fallen comrades. The tyrant lunged desperately. He stretched out bloody hands, but in his enemy's eyes flashed unwavering determination. Behind the cold calm of the tyrant's words hid a promise of understanding someday, and his enemy froze for a moment, stunned. Their clash ended brutally. Both bodies jolted from the blow, and crimson flooded the silence of the throne room with a bloody stain. Panic rose among the nobility. They begged for forgiveness and trembled before the merciless, victorious power. Bloodstained but unbroken, he coldly grimaced, and his resolve only hardened. No end, no fear of the crumbling empire. Standing over the trembling courtiers, he averted his gaze and saw their hypocrisy. Once they were cruel, and now they desperately begged for mercy. Clenching his fists until they cracked, he acknowledged the truth. Power is survival, and everything around him is defined by power. Before him, the nobility silently dismounted onto the ashes. Fear instantly spread. and every knee bowed before his will. Regret's heart tightened with sorrow. If only he had understood a step earlier what this power meant. As if touching a feather, he carried Ali, gently whispering softly and apologizing for the delay, and only then did they finally set off together. Among scattered volumes, he came across an ancient grimoire, whispering an incantation to summon Genesis. Darkness wildly swirled and spat out a manifestation. Lilith, the queen of death, her invincible presence radiated fear and authority. Her empty gaze questioned existence itself, demanding an answer. Why was she created, and for what purpose was she called? He boldly declared his intention, asked Lilith for help to resurrect Ali with her necromantic power. Lilith agreed, but immediately warned. Extracting Ali's soul from the underworld would entail dangerous consequences. She emphasized that human souls are fragile, and that by returning Ali, one risks losing irreplaceable parts of their own essence. Lilith explained in simple words, "These are fragments of memories of Ali's past, which can be erased forever." He looked at Ali's lifeless body, and horror slowly gnawed at him from within, afraid that everything might disappear. In the haze, Ali appeared innocent. The body trembled, and with it surfaced everything he so desperately tried to preserve. As soon as Lilith clarified, the newer memories began to disappear first, depending on the true strength with which her soul breathes. Memories of Ali's laughter and her kindness surged out like a wave, and he finally remembered everything he so passionately sought to protect. Lilith assured, "Sorrow will not become an obstacle to life." Then with calm, piercing words, she nudged him toward a decision. Yet still, recalling Ali's radiant smile, he silently accepted the risk. Determination overcame hesitation and fear. He ordered a decisive revival. Lilith's magic enveloped Ali, pouring divine power to bring her back. Her body convulsed spasmodically as light flared inside, and the fragments of the soul reattached to the flesh. Memories surfaced, joyful days with Ali and friends. But now a threat loomed over them. The price of revival was drawing ever closer. Even if every memory vanished, he vowed to protect her, nurturing the fact that her existence was held above all. Holding her fragile body, he accepted this risk. Tears mingled with resolve, stronger than despair. Carefully, he carried Ali to safety and promised her unconscious form help in grief, where she was already awaited. Under the fading night sky, he whispered a sincere truth. The days they lived together were his happiness. He admitted his dream. Real heroes at the party fight shoulder to shoulder with alien friends and never remain alone. Looking at her calm face, he felt his heart tighten, because he knew their connection could disappear forever. But despite everything, he sincerely thanked her, carefully preserving her friendship as the most precious gift he received. Ali whispered an apology, and silence hung in the air. The words never took flight, and hearts separated by fate silently held the rupture. Having finally made up his mind, he turned and left, leaving her behind, and quietly whispered a peaceful farewell at the end. The joyful boy, his sounds faded like an echo, and when she woke up, their clarity blurred, but the connection with them did not let go for some time. Slowly opening her eyes, she quietly whispered confusion and emptiness in her voice where memories once lived. Soldiers rushed to her aid and addressed her respectfully, Princess Alexandra, their legitimate sovereign. Her relatives hugged her tightly, quietly scolding her for something, relieved, but still not knowing the truth hidden beneath the revival. Tears welled up in her eyes. She barely whispered the name Alex. She herself could not understand why this longing so painfully overwhelmed her heart. Confused, Ali cried. She was saved by someone unknown, but memories of him vanished without a trace. Others supported her, but she clung to them convulsively. Her heart was torn by the emptiness that no explanation could contain. So far, he agreed that she had lost her memory and decided he would never see her again, and that was enough for him. Cherishing his past, he declared those days real, a power grown from the threads that shaped him. Diving into dark research, he summoned the magic of synthesis and cut off his path forward. It is memories without hesitation that forge strength. Knowing no rest, he absorbed countless demons, and their might only sharpened his own, terrifying greatness. He swore no one would ever harm again what he cherished most. But despite the vow, he released the synthesis, broke the fusion, and returned his companions even if it required that sacrifice. Calling upon the night, he commanded rebirth, yet decided not to lose Primo, Afar, and Fjord. When they awoke, he solemnly spoke their names, calling for loyalty, obedience, and unconditional devotion. The boy kneels before his comrades and proclaims an order, holding unity and fidelity to him. He strides forward stubbornly, vowing never to lose anyone precious with the determination that burns in the emblem. His cloak flares sharply as he swears to embody fear and protect all that matters to him. Before the throne, he unleashes dark power, solemnly invoking the symbolic crown of authority, puts on a mask and proclaims himself emperor of Noah Empire, demanding fear and breath. Sitting on the throne, he confidently issues a threat, commands unconditional obedience, and orders everyone to bow their heads. Row after row, soldiers straighten up and kneel before him, acknowledging his terrible power and new rule. His cold gaze proclaims superiority, weighing the burden of seizing supreme power. Born Genesis demons hold a threat in their sights and press on the invaders, while neighbors, united, strike at his empire. But the more he kills, the more enemies multiply. Frenzied legions rise and each time become stronger against him. Menace studies the map, troubled by how hostilities grow between kingdoms held together by the church. He notices how neighboring states tighten their grip, and enemies close in from all sides. A voice warns him, one day he will understand the burden of power. Memories of the fallen ruler reveal fear and bitter loneliness. It was they who dragged him into the abyss of collapse. Unwavering determination becomes a vow. He swore never to return to that weakness and to forge the future by his own path. Menace declares his power swears by his own hands to crush the enemies tightening the ring around him. Transforming into a terrifying creature, he lets out a roar with full lungs so that everyone trembles before his boundless power. A single strike, and he annihilates an entire army, spreading fear across the world as Demon Lord. His subordinates grow stronger in countless battles, evolving into formidable warriors called Demon Princes. Among them on the rival arena rise Fiore, Lord of Archbeasts, and Melmo, Lord of Fate. Standing nearby were fiercely powerful Lords the First, Lord of Ruin, and Noshi, Lord of Death. Fear turned into the Tree Master Arbor and Urasheim, Master of the Sea Phase. They revealed all their incredible might. Architellus, Lord of Machines, completed the Seven, strengthening the empire like no one had ever managed to compare. Together, the 7 demon princes guaranteed. No force can match the absolute dominion of Menace. But destruction struck suddenly, buildings crumbled, and a survivor appeared in the ruins. The threat coldly disappears, and the girl cries in despair and calls his name. Grief and shock overwhelm her like a wave. The narrative contrasts Menace's desire for domination with the girl's vow to seek revenge and pursue justice. Fate hints prematurely at their meeting in 10 years, while Menace continues to carve his merciless path. Growing up, Alexander gathers resistance and swears with unwavering fury to avenge the destroyed homeland. Alexander proudly reveals himself, raises his weapon, and vows to defeat Menace as righteous justice. Alexander fiercely charges at the demon lord Menace, sword high in the sky, resolute to knock him off his feet. Now memories resurface again. Alexander recalls the boy who once reached out and saved her in despair. Standing before him again, Alexander trembles and realizes the enemy before him is the very same boy. Her eyes widen in shock as she confirms the truth. She threatens the boy who has been reborn again. The hero recognizes Menace from their ancient meeting and shudders when she asks if he remembers her. Menace panics inside, fearing that she has just uncovered his true identity, Demon Lord Menace. He tries to deny it, nervously insists he knows nothing, while Menace struggles to voice her increasingly clear awareness and growing suspicion. Suddenly the hero bows and confidently asks for friendship. Menace remains completely stunned and confused. Embarrassed, the hero awkwardly steps back and apologizes incessantly, while Menace remains shocked by her sudden demand. He sincerely thanks for the mana, recalling how she saved him during the carriage attack against assassins. Menace remembers how he put on the imperial mask. It concealed his identity as the Lord of Demons, and this made him feel lighter. He asks if the Empress should bow to him, and she nervously admits he is right. The Empress finds it hard to utter even a word, embarrassed. She cannot form a clear phrase before Menace's calm gaze. She confesses her weakness. She cannot maintain grandeur. She begs that her shame remain a secret, even reinforcing the request with threats. The man asks a question. Is that timid Alex the very legendary leader who once defeated him? He recalls her vulnerability and suddenly understands. She resembles that frightened girl who once cried in the dark. Alex suddenly smiles warmly and Menace freezes in shock, unable to comprehend how to read her expression. Menace compares her to Ali, carefully watches his behavior, and tries to understand what true purpose it is to be beside her. Snapping with anger, Menace bitterly laments that his companion has disappeared, and dreams that someone else would finally relieve them of this awkward, tangled tension. Menz was about to quietly retreat, but Alex stopped him and nervously asked, "Give him a chance to talk." She insists it will take very little time and is determined to ask him her urgent questions. The threat notices Menez's trembling grip and, despite her outward stubbornness, sees despair and hesitation in her. He reluctantly exhales through his teeth, forces himself to listen anyway, and gives free rein to curiosity. What exactly is hidden in her? Alex impatiently asks his name, and Manus cautiously introduces himself until Maddie laughs. Alex beams when he hears his invented name, and Manus slowly wonders if she has guessed the deception. She showers him with playful questions like a traveler, not a nobleman. Embarrassed, Alex admits, something seems to pull her to be honest with him despite how he looks. Minas feels his natural charm and realizes, this is the very power that has already recruited many. Ashamed, Alex suggests sitting on the ground, but Manus, grumbling through his strength, still gives him his chair. Alex shudders as cups and teapots float in the air, revealing Minas's refined magical skill. She excitedly thanks him, impressed by his mysterious mastery, and Manus brushes it off as if nothing special happened. Minas warns her not to misinterpret his actions, and Alex cheerfully thanks him despite everything. He is annoyed by her childish stubbornness. He reminds her that he wanted to ask something. Alex explains her recent message from the Fairy Kingdom and declines the invitation from the renowned heroes. Alex recalls rumors about a man with silver hair in the black cloak, the one who defeated Medahot. Confidently, she recognizes Maddie as this man and directly approaches him with her suspicion. The threat feigns indifference, tries to throw her off logic, and questions why she decided it was him. Alex explains that she recognizes his protective shadows and recalls how they saved her more than once. With tears in her eyes, Alex admits she knows he always secretly helped her. Alex recalls coincidences and realizes the hidden help all this time protected the Empire in the most dangerous moments. She decides that Maddie was behind all this and suspects. Even Nuthog's defeat was connected to him. With steadfastness, Alex confidently proclaims that Maddie is the mysterious savior, and she has no doubt about it. Uncertainty overwhelms her after the bold words, and just as she begins to question her own conclusion, she freezes halfway. Menace confirms that a true sharpness suddenly flared in her words, but immediately throws her off balance, preparing to explain where she misunderstood him. Menace emphasizes his actions are his selfish decisions, not sacrifices for her, and demands no misunderstandings. Alex joyfully praises him under any circumstances, confident in his greatness and thankful for the help. Menace shifts the conversation to another topic and concedes victory in defeat to Nuthog Mikles, while hiding that she has already been left behind. He interrogates what Alex's motives are, and curiosity gnaws at him. Why does her invitation place him alongside Princess Mikles? Alex explained. Mikles could not justify her invitation. She only hinted that her real interests were focused on him. Menace pressures Alex and asks if she has any more questions that she truly wants answered. He is eager to find out what exactly made her deviate from Riznor's story and still invite him. Alex admits her own honesty. She already understands there is nothing left to hide from him. She declares that he is the strongest person she has ever met and compares him to Mana. In despair, Alex jerks the table and imploringly demands from the cop, "Well, finally reveal the truth." Alex abruptly leans forward, desperately pressing on her to say how she can gain power like Manus. Overcoming anxiety with willpower, Alex shouts in response, only determination trembles. She must become stronger to protect everyone. She screamed in despair, driven by guilt and fear, and again demanded strength to protect what remains. Stunned by memories of her own helplessness, she vowed to become stronger no matter the cost. Observing her determination, he involuntarily recalled his past, how once ambitions drove him onto a reckless path. He questioned her resolve. Behind her obsession to quickly gain even more power, he sensed something deeper and more dangerous than it seemed. Despite all achievements, she dismissed them as luck, thereby revealing that doubt still smolders and inner fears remain unbridled. Looking back, he realized everything was orchestrated by minds. His own victory seemed strangely staged, empty, and artificial. She admitted her rise was never her own doing. External forces built both her rule and the fall of menaces. The people's discontent grew and rumbled louder and louder. She attributed everything to the country's instability, and her own fear, claiming weakness was its consequence. Deciding that power is acceptance, she demanded to seize authority so that no one would push her away from what she desired anymore. He quietly, without haste, inquired about her motives, and immediately warned. Power without purpose ends in tyranny and fear. He calmly repeated the warning. Abuse of power turns rulers into monsters, and those who have fallen are no better than them. His stern gaze pierced through her doubts, as if interrogating. Is her truth about justice really just domination? Sitting at the table, she hid her fears, squeezing them inside, silencing every doubt with a silent smile. He understood. Her struggle is deeper than any role. There are no allies nearby, strength is insufficient, and burdens only grow. Quietly he asked if this title oppressed her spirit more than any enemy could. He spoke of the lonely weight of decisions that hold power, of sacrifices, of isolation without any joy, only endless responsibility. She clung to the answer, trembling from his question. Why choose such torment when escape exists? He suggested, leave everything behind, return home, take what belongs in peace, and shed the burdens of the empire. She considered his words, recalling the peace of home, the warmth of reunion, and life without war. But she knew her absence would unleash chaos, new wars, new tyrants who would erase all they had already gained. She said, someone must stop the wars, and that someone is always the one and only herself alone. He pressed her again, why must it be you? What truly drives your stubbornness forward? He questioned the very value of defending this land. Is it really worth the sacrifices she will have to endure? Can betrayal, pain, and loneliness still justify protecting an empire destined to use her? He voiced aloud the question she had avoided for years and said it sincerely. So why does she still hold on to that throne? He stared intently into her eyes, demanding an unvarnished answer. What exactly fuels her desire to rule? She froze, replaying that question over and over in her head, but finding no words how to name what still pushes her forward. Her memory rolled back far all the way to the time when kindness touched her defenseless youth. She remembered a boy from that very city. He extended help when no one else did. That gentle boy touched her hand and planted the first seed of her determination just today. She barely smiled. It seemed to her that the boy was still somewhere nearby, silently watching her, quietly paving the way. It was this hope that warmed her heart with heat, and her eyes flickered with meaning, while memories stirred something deeper inside. Saying this aloud, she suddenly realized her dream to become worthy of the kindness once shown to her. Her voice trembled, yet it held the firmness of resolve. She longed to be a hero her hero could be proud of. Even when his name and face faded from memory, the feeling did not disappear, only as a faint but unforgettable flash of grace. Though memory was short, for her it remained precious enough to give purpose for a lifetime. She confessed her admiration had never faded. Now she wanted to help others just as he once helped. With conviction, she vowed to become strong without corruption, and humbly asked him for advice. Recalling their past, he silently confirmed their shared time had real meaning. Her radiant courage confirmed she had not forgotten, and perhaps that is what defines a true hero. She embraced her path, holding tightly to hope, stepping forward despite fear and uncertainty. She was not chosen by fate, she chose herself, embodying strength, compassion, and the will to endure. He admitted his past lacked hope, but he still believed Alex could become what he himself was never destined to be. He saw and heard the hero he once only imagined, standing beside a worthy empress, tall and composed. Her sincerity reached him, he accepted it, moved by her will, and was already ready to help her rise again. He explained that his methods could not be copied, yet still promised her a guided, selected path to strength. When she eagerly agreed to anything, he without hesitation activated his absurdly named elite training program. She was stunned by this power. She did not know if it was truly something serious or pure madness unleashed. The training began harshly. He scolded her, mocked her aim, and summoned enchanted training dummies. To measure progress, he directly challenged her to arrange a fair match and hit him just once. She lunged forward with a finishing blow, unleashing her fiercest attack, but that strike never landed cleanly. He effortlessly deflected her attack, not showing the slightest impression of her strength, and wondered how she could even fight the demon lord. Although she defeated Manus, it brought no growth. He remained a puppet, not a true enemy. Her skills never expanded, her power still slept, and the legendary ability Lord of Rose was still sealed. Watching her fall again, he firmly understood. To hold both titles, she would need much more strength. He realized her special talent had strict conditions. Unlocking it required mastery, strategy, and personal growth. His plan paved the way, and again triggered memories of those old gaming days when he honed builds and stats. Their training exploded into chaos when she slipped in the heat of the attack and, in pure panic, grabbed him. They wildly tumbled and with a thud hit the ground. In this utter nonsense, training momentarily slipped from their minds. Lying in the grass, both gasped with laughter and finally shared their first true joy. The girl lies on the ground and smiles. She is having fun. Finally, she met someone who gave her a serious challenge. She talks about her royal origin. She was always treated as special, and no one ever truly tested her strength. Sitting upright, she laughs sincerely, gratefully. Finally, someone fought without restraint, and it brought her true joy. He silently watches her, and from distant memory emerges a duel they once had long, until exhaustion. She recalls their childhood meeting, a sincere request for friendship that memory imprints on the heart. She remembers every moment of that day when she was saved. Quietly she mourns, to understand the man and the strength that lived in him. Over tea, she said directly. Her curiosity had long grown into a true desire to know him. Calmly, but with unwavering confidence, she gathered herself to say again the words she had kept in her heart since that first day. Standing before him, she extended her hand and sincerely asked for friendship firmly, without any hesitation. He did not expect that she would remember. Her words broke through the walls he himself had hastily built. Her clenched hands trembled, memories burst forth like a wave. Laughter, promises, and the distant, close bond of childhood. He quietly smiled upon hearing her vow despite everything. She remained sincere, genuine, unlike the others. As soon as their hands touched each other, a sudden obstacle shattered the silence and stopped the moment. The guard rushed in abruptly, and her urgent scream cut through the air, causing her to turn sharply, eyes filled with frightened confusion and anxiety. They together stumbled upon soldiers. Joy quickly faded, as soon as the rumor about the extraordinary event broke their peace. Troubling news spreads instantly. 5 elite assassins broke through the defense and are already rushing to the main street of the city. Their probable target is Princess Macaulay's. She was still openly walking around, suspecting nothing of the danger lurking nearby. She shuddered at her own thought. She survived the meeting with Macaulay, but reality turned out to be more malicious than she imagined. In the complete chaos, they demanded orders from her, and she, clutching anxiety in her throat, inquired who sanctioned the public parade. She was frozen by a shocked silence. The name sounded again, and suddenly the very feeling of leadership heavily slid onto her shoulders. His calm cracked, the soldier's contempt flared into rage. No one insults the Empress. He coldly reminded them of the rules. Ordering to maintain reverence, even the warriors shuddered under his gaze and sharp words. Refusing to wait for orders, he vowed to confront the assassins himself without hesitation. Without giving a word of warning, he lifted Alex, announcing her intentions, and dashed away while she was still trying to object. He grinned right in flight, and it was not a real threat, just perfect training for the new Empress. Alex panicked, still in the air, stabbing words that she was not ready. The fear of failure squeezed her heart to the edge. He showered her with pointed questions, forcing her to weigh pride, duty, and Princess Macaulay. She silently stared ahead, her fingers slowly squeezing what was hidden inside, and finally it shifted. With a confident nod, she accepted the challenge. Determination displaced hesitation, leaving only firmness on her unwavering face. In this complete chaos, someone spotted the killer. The real battle was imminent. Like a spring, he lunged forward and covered everything with shadow mist. The ground darkened from dark magic, and their arrival engulfed the fog. Macaulay's eyes suddenly widened. He was stunned and coughing. What he saw again flared with anger, mixed with confusion, and at the same time hid inside a wave of relief. Maddie calmly commanded Alex. She gripped the sword tightly, and her nerves, melting under the pressure of growing confidence and resolve, receded. He led her clearly and sharply. Hold on to your own courage, fight bravely, and never retreat. With renewed strength, she prepared to fight, and he silently vowed to protect her from the shadows. Side by side, they stood ready. The real fight was no longer training, only action. Sudden smoke burst out with an explosion, and a fierce whip cracked as Alexandra and Michelle appeared atop the ceremonial parade chariot. Clearing from the smoke, the attackers nearby whine and turn. Listening, Alexandra's voice suddenly gains commanding power. Declaring her imperial title, Alexandra raised her sword and, without trembling, swore to protect her guests at any cost. The enemy froze in shock, not believing their own eyes. Could it be that Empress Alexandra herself had truly entered the battlefield? Quietly whispering to Princess Michelle, Alexander gently apologized, then without hesitation began preparing to face the danger. Alexandra boldly stepped forward and insisted. She and Maddie would take control of the situation themselves. Suddenly, Maddie disappeared from the POF. and Alexandra along with Michelle froze in the very heart of the team, as if the air had been knocked out of them. Maddie appeared quietly, almost unnoticed, and briefly explained. He had activated invisibility, decided to support not to engage in direct combat. Squeezed by her own pressure and unwillingness, Alexandra finally realized. She would have to confront the enemies already gathering before their carriage herself. Blades cutting through space approached from all sides, and Alexandra faced the danger head-on while her enemies triumphed and admired her appearance. When the enemies launched their attack, Alexandra curled up in readiness. Maddie whispered luck to her and disappeared again. Alexandra held her position, not retreating, to protect Princess Michelle standing behind her. Maddie appeared just in time, strengthening her defense while the blades had not yet broken through her guard. Encouraged by Maddie, Alexandra rushed forward and clashed blades immediately with two enemies. Even with sharp instincts, Alexandra still needed Maddie's hint not to fall behind their pace. Maddie noticed Alexandra's rapid progress, so she credited her adaptability and guessed. She might have a hidden power thanks to her unique skill. Alexandra naturally began to wait out the attack, and this shocked Maddie. Her combat instincts took root so quickly, as if they had always been there. Their coordination sharpened. Maddie sprang up with precise strength and flawless timing, as if she knew every move of Alexandra in advance. A strange memory surfaced in Alexandra. She felt that this moment had strangely happened before in another life. Picking up Maddie's hint, Alexandra unleashed a powerful strike exactly when he quietly named the perfect moment. Alexandra, with sewing precision, took down the enemy and made the spectators shudder, who had underestimated her rapidly growing strength. She felt only 4 levels remained, and her mysterious Master of Roses, the power, would awaken. Reinforcements rushed to her, but Princess Mickley, choking with fear, screamed as the danger rapidly approached. Maddie calmly silenced Meckles, insisting that everything was under control. This was just part of his grand strategy. Consciously, Maddie watched as Alexandra boldly moved forward, perceiving enemies only as steps for experience points. Alexandra felt an amazing lightness. Her movements became sharper as soon as she flew into the next clash. When the killers tightened the ring, Alexandra felt. Her senses sharpened, and now she saw everything much more clearly. Fear disappeared. She struck with confidence, smashing enemies without hesitation and without any doubt. A quick turn and a kick tore apart the enemy's battle formation. The body acted faster than her thoughts. Even in the ring of enemies, she remained calm. Maddie's silent advice became her shield in every deadly moment. Their gazes crossed for a moment. Alexandra and Maddie exchanged silent confidence before the next fight began. The enemy stealthily approached. Alexandra's dagger from behind the blade had already been drawn, but he did not know she was ready to strike. Breaking through Maddie's back, Alexandra struck with a precise counterattack, feeling the invisible refuge guiding her. Cutting off fear and holding on to the promise to become stronger, Alexandra pushed herself with determination and decided to become a true hero. When the dust settled, she stood upright, one step away from awakening her true power. With her shield raised, Alexandra stopped the last attacker and demanded to know who was behind it all as the mastermind. Laughing maliciously, the enemy revealed. It was all just a distraction to buy time and slow her down. He shouted into the crowd. Dozens of hidden assassins were already waiting for the signal. Alexandra silenced him with a single deadly blow, but panic was already spreading across the square. Cries burst from throats, civilians scattered in all directions, and chaos engulfed the once controlled battlefield. Panic only deepened. Townspeople shouted, pushed each other, and blamed one another, frantically searching for their loved ones. Alexandra stepped forward, feeling that if she did not intervene right now, this chaos could turn deadly. Maddie ordered herself to think clearly. Whether these were frightened civilians or hidden killers, only she could restore order. He begged her to awaken the power sleeping inside, and convinced her that her special gift was made precisely for this. A dazzling light flashed as soon as Alexandra whispered the name of her destiny, Lord of Rose. Maddie silently watched as the legendary talent Lord of Rose finally awakened in Alexandra. Covered with bright petals, Alexandra began absorbing skills from every boss she had ever defeated. Her power, rooted in the Resnoa system, rewarded victories in battles, with experience unlocking new possibilities. Reaching level 10 became the first requirement, so now her stats matched the conditions of awakening. The second condition required walking the path of a true hero, without hesitation or retreat. To reveal the true power of this skill, Alexandra had to defeat a mighty boss herself. But in this world, she missed all the boss fights and immediately went to the final event. Without victory over the proper boss, her skills would work only half dormant inside her. Fortunately, Alexandra had already managed to subdue one boss before the critical battle, whose fate was not yet sealed. It was the Demon Lord, whom she once defeated in a climactic fight. Her blade had not yet pierced him, the power was weaker, but he still acknowledged her. The past was already fading, and Alexandra only bitterly radiant smiled, not knowing that her false victory would turn into a real one today. She accepted defeat with disdain, without tricks and without reproaches. This moment belonged to Alexandra. When the rose bloomed in her palm, Alexandra unlocked the power to copy the boss. She activated her first copied skill, Demon Lord Minus's Might of the Emperor, and everyone nearby froze. Alexandra stood straight and tall. The enemies bowed their heads, stunned by her divine presence and power. She boldly declared, "Citizens must remain calm, and the killers can then try to take her head alive." Alexandra shouts about suppressing resistance, challenging everyone who dared to threaten her people or her rule. The attackers surrendered without a fight, leaving only the burden of silence. The soldiers bound them just as Alexandra ordered, for the sake of a civilized conversation. Loudly proclaiming the oath, Alexandra cast away fear. She would no longer stop, pale, or hesitate. People lined the streets and erupted with cries of joy as Empress Alexandra returned victorious from her last campaign. Alexandra confidently raised her hand in response to the praise, and Muckle Eyes nervously peeked nearby. Alexandra sincerely apologized to Princess Muckle Eyes, grasping her shame. Because of her delay, Muckle Eyes had been in danger. Confused, Muckle blushed and fumbled with words, saying she was fine, not at all injured or worried. Everyone tried to look brave. Muckles boasted about her own experience, hiding previous fear behind a smile. Muckleese smiled broadly and joyfully, assuring Alexandra that she was unharmed and no further help was needed. Moved by Muckleese's modesty, Alexandra warmly thanked her. It was clear how much the kindness of this young princess warmed and inspired her. Without a word of warning, Alexandra swept Muckle into her arms and, not stepping back a single step, insisted that she go with her straight to the castle. And the crowd erupted again with applause, joyfully shouting and supporting both Alexandra and Muckle Eyes as they rode triumphantly together. Later, Alexandra thanked Medi, giving her credit for helping unlock her power and strengthen her resolve. Amid loud applause, Alexandra suddenly felt something was wrong and looked around. Only then did she realize Medi was gone. Noticing him from afar, Alexandra quietly asked, "Where did he disappear to, and why did he vanish like that?" With warmth in her eyes, Medi acknowledged her progress, feeling that a worthy ruler had truly begun to emerge. She knew Alexandra's story would now unfold freely by her own will, not by Risnoa's. With a gentle smile, Mendi whispered a quiet farewell, passing the future to the true protagonist. Citizens gathered together. Impressed by the Empress's power, her might and leadership touched everyone to the depths of their souls. Soldiers whispered anxiously, and in this quiet murmur was the realization. The Empress's reign meant the heroic squad was no longer needed. Minna watched calmly. Everything was unfolding exactly as planned. After the incident, the general respect for the Empress only grew. People bowed before the Empress not out of fear, but from sincere respect for her commanding presence. Ordinary townsfolk smiled. The meeting with Princess Michelsa, as they had hoped, would bring lasting peace and friendship. Men confidently encouraged others, believing that these two would handle anything without problems. Inside the chamber, the officials concluded the hearing, gathering enough details in the Nidhogg case. The report was finally completed, and the head of the investigation was dismissed, with thanks expressed for her cooperation. Although she was detained for a long time, she politely accepted the procedure, knowing that it was necessary for the official records. Later, left alone, she vented her anger. She was irritated that Mina's had disappeared, and now all the hard work was left to her. She began interrogating about their past and was surprised how he had put her in danger despite the fact that they were in the same party. At first, she joined only to guide him, but others misinterpreted their unexpectedly close working relationship. Over time, she began to fall behind. He backed her up, silently reshaping their roles with amazing reliability and strength. Although she was confused, she still quietly admitted that in his presence she felt gratitude, even if she did not dare to say it aloud. Despite her objections and irritation, her demeanor revealed more than she wanted, a deep awareness that others noticed and openly teased. The Empress noted her trust, saw through the hesitation that prevented her from admitting what she truly felt. They both acknowledged his strange nature, yet still saw his quiet acts of support and reliability. He lived boldly, solving problems instinctively, and his freedom and courage left behind much that was strange and inspiring. Eventually, she accepted the truth. He earned her trust not with words but with actions. They laughed together, agreeing that he was eccentric, and at the same time acknowledging his presence strangely affected each of them. She confessed about her reward, admitting that the Empress seemed much more approachable than she had expected. The Empress felt her growth supported by Maddie. He gave her confidence and that proud balance born from influence. Easily, warmly smiling, she accepted the compliment and rejoiced that her efforts truly made an impressive first impression. For a moment, silence hung between them, then mutual recognition slowly untangled the initial awkwardness, leaving only respect in their eyes. The Empress extended an offer of friendship, feeling, beyond formalities and old misunderstandings, trust and harmony could grow here. They both smiled as if immediately understanding. They felt the same thing but dared to say it only face to face. Smiling with genuine laughter, they exchanged names and set aside titles to get closer on a human level. Their laughter sounded warm, especially after teasing about the nickname accepted by only one of them. Lingering alone for a moment, the Empress silently plunged into thoughts, amazed at how naturally everything turned out. She was interrupted at the moment when she had almost gathered her thoughts, and she returned to her duties, giving a grateful smile. She smiled sincerely, admitting, the meeting was not productive, but it turned out to be truly pleasant and refreshing. Standing by the window, she recalled that old question and suddenly realized, here is the answer she was looking for. Having reconciled with her weakness, she accepted it honestly. Her strength lies in bonds, in trust. True leadership is to unite people and build peace stronger than what a single person alone can achieve. Despite any difficulties, she still dreamed of adventures not as a ruler, but as a true heroine. Yet she smiled brightly, reached out to Guilford, and asked for support for the future that already stands at the threshold and needs strength. He was shackled by pangs of conscience. Guilford repeatedly replayed in his mind how his predecessors fell and could not stop their tragic ends. He had many chances to give up halfway, but fear and hesitation never allowed him to change their fate. She honestly acknowledged her limits unlike those before her, and still asked him for strength. With sincerity, she firmly grasped his palms and repeated her request again, not commandingly, but with honest need. Guilford, deeply convinced, knelt down and gave her his loyalty and strength to serve without any hesitation. Mikkels collapsed onto the bed. Breathing a sigh of relief after all, the Empress turned out to be kind and welcoming. She recalled the elegance of Alexandria and was already impressed by its power, although she had been Empress for very little time. Smiling to herself, Nichols felt true joy. She was lucky to find such a worthy and reliable new friend. Suddenly everything stopped. She was gripped by fear. And then Maddie appeared again, teasing her, mocking her soft side and wounding her pride. Modestly but sharply, she calmed Maddie. He was uncontrollable because of his carefree attitude and also because of his suspiciously luxurious return. Worried and exhausted, she asked if his business was really worth disappearing for. Maddie Grin smiled, smugly pleased with how everything turned out, and even enjoyed playing her role from the shadows. He joyfully told that he finally visited the places that were missing. She smiled. She was glad that he found joy. Without warning, he pulled her away again, ignoring her protests and completely disregarding her unfinished dreams of walking around the city. Maddie reminded Mickley that she could not wander freely. Her status always attracted excessive public attention. To cheer her up, he offered treats she craved, yet they were not quite what she expected. She was struck by the thought that it was hers, and he casually took a piece without hesitation. Answering maliciously with blows, Nikkali tore apart the package he named in revenge, scolding him, pointing blame for blame, and declaring that he did not deserve kindness. In her room, she was secretly gnawing on his snack so fiercely that it was almost pounding, angry, humiliated, and still twisting her lips, as always. Alexandria came in and stopped in surprise, seeing Maddie again. His sudden appearance snapped her out of confusion and immediately made her worried. Seeing how many of them had gathered, she quietly asked if they were already leaving and was afraid to hear the answer. Mandy explained. They had no reason to stay here, especially when his identity was under threat. Alexandria sighed apologetically. She still wanted to talk, especially with Mikkeli, to whom she had already grown attached. She also added Mandy's name, gently admitting. Even his company suddenly became unexpectedly important. Mandy coldly rejected these feelings, indifferently waved them off and froze with a straight, emotionless face. Before she could object, He waved his hand in farewell, said his work was done, and walked away. Alexandria caught up with him, begged for a little more time together, clung to words and to him until his composure crumbled. She confessed, gratefully helped awaken her strength, not fully earned but truly precious. Maddie reminded her that unlike Munlord Mina's, she earned loyalty through respect, not fear. She acknowledged the girl's success, and firmly said that it was her own achievement earned without any help or interference. He explained that he did it not for her sake, only of his own free will, to avoid emotional misunderstanding. She accepted his words with a smile, hiding her feelings, and gently addressed him by name. She vowed to fulfill the duties of an empress. For the sake of peace, she asked him to simply observe silently. Her voice trembled with determination. She wanted both the past and the present to witness his future victory. He grinned at her desperate eagerness, smiled kindly, as if to say she would succeed, then added let her try to impress him. Meanwhile, Alex and her companion promised to write to each other, and hoped to restore their connection and talk properly once again. She nodded to her in farewell, and firmly said that someday her hopes would come true. They would become true friends without any conditions. Remembering the long pause, he burst into the sky and flew up to Glacia, and she froze for a moment in shock. While he disappeared into the heights, she silently reached out to him, unable to stop. She likewise stared wordlessly into the sky, until he vanished. Only a ring of wind remained. A memory from the past played in his mind, and he smiled. She accepted what had just happened. Raising her hand high, she said goodbye while her friend still protested against his coldness. On Glacia's back, a comrade reproached him and demanded a proper response to her proposal of friendship. Blushing, he feigned embarrassment, fleeing from the truth, while another teased him for being too clumsy. Suddenly, bursting with enthusiasm, he announced a plan to return to the fairy kingdom and train her. He outlined a detailed, incredibly intense training regimen, thus opening a new obsession, training others like experimental specimens. While he was in flight, his body curled in the air, and he activated communication magic, trying to connect with someone far below on the ground. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at home. Requests, complaints, and destruction piled up together until his sudden absence unsettled the established order. When overlapping voices intertwined in the air, he quietly exhaled silently, as if already accustomed to this madness. Surveying the chaos with his gaze, he quietly sighed in peaceful solitude, and without uttering a word, called it an overly hectic day. He remembered years of attempts to escape the oppressive past so deep that it haunted and hurt inside. Slowly, link by link, he felt the chains weaken. Freedom was sprouting from within. He believed, as soon as Alex builds her a peaceful world, his own burdens would finally disappear too. United for peace, they walk one path, friends side by side, and the bond quietly strengthens with mutual hope. Finding himself among friends, he briefly held her hand and quietly hoped that their peaceful future would become a reality. Having rushed forward, he calmly weighed everything. The path was not yet finished. There were still so many tasks waiting for him. Once he was a frightening final boss, but now he embraced freedom and watched as the world continued to change and unfold. With a smile and new enthusiasm, he announced the beginning of the adventure that awaited ahead.